Welcome, this is Nuke Marine presenting the suggested guide for Japanese literacy. Self-study. This is a self-study course series on Memrise for taking you from the basics of Japanese through hopefully up to intermediate and advanced levels. Alright, so today it's February 25th. It's getting near the end of the month. It's it's February 25th in Japan, 10:05 a.m. in the morning or something. Nice weather here in Yokosuka. Actually starting to become a little warm. I guess we're hitting into the springtime, slowly but surely. Still a little nippy, but yeah, beautiful weather. So good studying weather. So I'll stay inside. All right. So yesterday, what happened? Right before I started the broadcast yesterday, I went and decided to actually put a direct link to the JCAT, Japanese Computerized Adaptive Test, and yeah, so it did pretty well. Right now, I guess it's the top upvoted, at least the upvoted post for the most upvoted post for that subreddit of all time, so that's good. And again, the reason why this is useful is, again, everybody always talks about the JLPT. I think it's better if they use the JCAT because, one, everyone can take it any time, and there's not a lot of investments or planning you have to do in order to get around to it. You don't have to guess about what your level is, so it's a pretty good thing. And again, it allows people to compare themselves. Now, hopefully, people don't fall into the trap of, oh, let's just collect all the questions and gather it and study that test. Don't study this test. I think we should stress that. Hopefully people do stress that. Just, this is not meant to be, you can't use it for any type of job or interview. It's you to help self-assess. So if you study it, study questions from that, you kind of defeat the purpose of what it's trying to do for you and what they're hopefully to do. Now, maybe over time, if there is like a lot of interest in this, like in other words, because this link is so popular, it means a lot of people are going to be clicking on it, and they're going to go to that site, start registering, start taking the test. If it proves to be a lot of people interested in that test, that gives whoever the group is that is putting that together. I think it's at a governmental college. It's one of the an actual official college. Then it gives them at least a reason now expand the test bank of test questions. Maybe instead of ranked it instead of 5. I don't know how they rank the questions or whatnot, but again, increase that level of questions, and then that way people can kind of sort of study it, but it's not going to be undermined by the fact that there are a lot of people doing it, maybe sharing some questions about the test itself. Who knows? But no, so this is a good thing. And I'm surprised they only got one person actually posted the results so far. We might be, because again, it takes about a couple days or whatnot to get the permission back to take the test. So I'm pretty sure by next week we're going to be seeing a lot of people putting the results from getting this test and say how it was taking it. And so that'll be happening next week, I'm pretty sure. Because I think they'll. Yeah, the registration is automated, so yeah, so if that was yesterday, expect to see them on tomorrow. They'll start doing it, so yeah, it should be about early next week we'll start seeing people come about it. And I guess one guy asked about Hiragana Katakana, so I gave him a link to the courses there. What is better, RTK or Kodansha? Here's my opinion though. You don't need either book. If the selling point of Kodansha, and Kodansha is actually, the kanji learner course is actually a good book. I just think that people suggest it because it includes vocabulary. It's like, that's not a good reason to suggest that there are better vocabulary books out there that are ordered in a much more efficient way to learn vocabulary. Offer better definitions and whatnot. It's an okay book for that, but again, you want to if you're trying to learn kanji specifically, make sure you get a book that's designed around that. And the selling point should be on how it does get across the kanji to you. And there are weak points of RTK, there are weak points of Kodansha as books, but I think if you go to the online realm, and the communities built around that, both books are improved. So you're not going to go wrong with either one. Ultimately, once you got those kanji in your head, you're not worried about the book anyway. It's just, it's there. You might reference it, but for the most part, you shouldn't even have to worry about it again, and just go on to other resources. What else was there? I think that was it. Yeah, there wasn't too much else. Thankfully, there was nothing wrong happening with Memrise, so that was good. I'm always afraid I'm going to go on there and on the forums they're going to say, "Oh, I can't input Memrise is down." God dang it! Darn it! Shoot! Shucks! Yeah, nothing here on. Okay, so pretty much it's all quiet on the Japanese learner front, from what I can see. But yeah. So if you do get a chance, yeah, get that Japanese Computerized Adaptive Test a shot. I did do a stream on that where I was taking the test live. And I don't recommend watching that video if you plan on taking the test. But if you like to, like in the next couple 2 or 3 months, if you're gonna like want to see what it's like, but I think what I can do, I can go back to that video, put links to when each of the sections of the test start, and you can like watch it just to the point where the example is given, and then not go past that point. Then you should be fine. Like again, you get to hear what the listening example, the reading, the vocabulary example, the grammar example, and then the reading example. That could be a good thing. Okay. So yeah, I think I will do that. So I just got to remember to put a note there. It's on, what day did I do that broadcast? Did I even write it down? I think it was on February something, right? I'm not seeing it. Maybe it was on the 7th or something. February 7th or 8th. Okay, one of those days. In fact, let me go and make sure the audio is working. Maybe it was on the... Okay, the audio is working. Let's say not now. We've got 3 people watching. Okay, with that said, I can just get started. Now, yesterday I caught up on all my reviews. Let's see, how many did I do? Yeah, 370, but maybe 70 of those were from me doing the Take Him lessons. So we only got 4 things to worry about reviewing. Then we'll... Alright, so as always, I'm going to start off with the Take Him's videos. Then after that, my actual self-study course begins. My self-study time begins. In addition, I'll bring up one last thing. Let me go and pop this up. And here we are, appendix. I'm slowly working on this. I need to devote a bit more time and not like... I'm overthinking a bit too much, but I just want to show you this is the progress I'm sort of kind of making. Okay, let me shrink this down. Come here. Okay, so this is the... this is start. I'm just trying to... This probably already exists. Somebody probably already has this information in a spreadsheet, and I just never bothered to ask or see if it's found. But anyway, I took the... come here. We there? Okay, thank you, Tensa. What page are we on? Guess I should put a page 2 for that. Come on. Oh, went too far. Okay, so again, put this this chart. All right, this chart is from the appendix, and currently what I did is it's only the verbs right now. I need to get the adjectives at least for that part. So from here, get that all put in, and then down here at the bottom I'll make a different form. So it would be one for the conjugation, and one for the, I think, the verb types. You know what the verbs are actually trying to do, and next one for the counters and whatnot, and just continue it from there. And again, it's going to be a very big bonus course, but the idea though is you don't do the entire course. It's like, okay, you do a section, let's say of Take Him, or even on a dictionary of basic Japanese grammar. You can then go to that portion and just do the part that's dealing with, let's say, for example, I'll do like dictionary form. So all you gotta do is go there, and all you're studying just the dictionary form. So hear this word, type out the dictionary form, and that's it. Or the one is like negative, so you just go there and you just learn, you just practice with just doing the negative form, or then the negative past, and you just do it like that. And maybe I'll be able to try to somehow go back and make a little note to say, hey, you know, go to this section of this lesson of this part, and that covers all this area that this is being discussed. That's the hope. We'll find out. If I can get this course working, and again, I'll do some text-to-speech audio as well. So you'll probably hear this verb, and I won't do it like here. I won't do it like to buy, casual negative. What I'll just do is like to buy, to not buy, and then you just gotta be kawa nakata. It's assumed everything is casual, and then formal I'll actually state like to buy formally, formal or polite, or to buy polite. And then you know it's got to be kaimasu type thing, and they could do for like oyogu. So you can see like to not swim, did not swim. So that'd be obviously in the past negative. So it's oyoga nakata, something like that. And then you would type out the answer, and you have to type in the answer on the memorized thing. So that's the idea. and I'm going to keep talking about this because I want to make sure, I do really want to put this appendix together as a course. I think it's going to be something any student of the Japanese language will find useful. And I don't know if anything like that exists on Memrise, at least for the brief perusal I did. At least not in the structured way in which that appendix is going to present the information. Okay, with that said, here's the course. Got 863 members. Hopefully that gets, I don't know. The members doesn't matter. What I'll do in a month or so, or maybe the beginning of March, I'll do a status and look at how many people have completed the courses in this study group, and go from there. Okay, that is done. Let's start. Alright, so again, we're going to be going into Tae Kim's Lesson 2. In fact, let me shrink this down. Alright, if you do have any questions or comments, please make it in the live stream chat. That's no problem. I'll try to answer it if it's appropriate. If not, I'll wait till after the specific lesson's done, then answer it directly. Again, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's see, we're going to do TK, I call it 22, but it's actually Lesson 2 of the whatnot. Let's see, we are 11 minutes and 20 seconds. It is the 25th. Got plenty of coffee, plenty of water. Let's go. And welcome. This is Nuke Marine with the Suggested Guide for Japanese Literacy. Now, this is a course series on Memrise for self-study intended to take you from the basics and beginnings of Japanese up to the intermediate and advanced levels. Currently, this broadcast is covering course number 4, which is Tae Kim's Guide to Japanese Grammar. This isn't course 4, this is course 6. So this is Tae Kim's Guide to Japanese Grammar Part 2. Now, Part 2 covers, in his Learn Japanese website, his guide to Japanese.org, on there, Part 2 covers, let's just actually go to it right now. It is his grammar guide, and then Part 2 covers, let's go to there as well, essential grammar. And in this course, we are on lesson number 2 of his essential grammar lessons. This is covering addressing people. Now, in this video, if you found it enjoyable, please consider giving it a thumbs up. If you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel. I create new content on a daily basis. Finally, if you know of other people that would enjoy this type of content, consider sharing it on social media, either the channel, the videos, or the playlist, to people who might be interested in learning Japanese using self-study methods like presented here. Alright, so with that, let's go to addressing people. Alright, now, right now it looks like Tae Kim's going to start off with the video. Alright, so I'm going to play the video, read this introduction, and at this point here I'm going to read out the vocabulary. Make sure also here, I'll go right here. Alright, so here's lesson 22, and apparently there is some vocabulary for it. Or it's actually, okay, so it looks like 7 words. Alright, let's do this. So, Tae Kim's Guide to Grammar Guide, Addressing People. Here's his video. 3 minutes long.
Konnichiwa. I'm Tae Kim, and this is the 15th lesson for learning Japanese from scratch. In this lesson, we're going to learn how to properly address other people and introduce yourself. One of the first mistakes made by beginner Japanese learners is the overuse of the word you. In Japanese, you never need to use the word you to address a person. First of all, because sentences only require a verb, we don't need to say anything at all when the topic has already been established, or it's obvious who you're talking about based on the context. The latter is usually the case when you're addressing a person directly. Second, there's no real polite word for you in Japanese. The word anata is often incorrectly taught to Japanese learners as being polite, but a dictionary will tell you that it's a word used toward a person of lower social status or used by wives when referring to their husbands. The other words for you in Japanese are even less polite, so unless you really know what you're saying, you should refer to people by their names, even when referring to them directly. When referring to people by their name, there are a number of suffixes that can be appended to the end for various situations. We'll mostly focus on the first suffix, san, because you need it to refer to people politely. To use san, simply attach it to the end of the name. Remember never to use san to refer to yourself. It is also more polite to refer to people by their last name, similar to how you refer to your teacher by his or her last name. For example, Smith-san would be Mr. or Ms. Smith. San can also be used with the word minna to refer to everybody politely. Be careful here because the reading changes from minna to mina when used with san. So if I wanted to say hello to everybody watching this video, I can simply say, Minasan, konnichiwa. Here's a dialogue similar to the one from the last lesson, except we can now address other people rather than Batman the Poodle. Ohayou gozaimasu. Ohayou gozaimasu. Genki desu ka? Hai, genki desu. Tanaka-san wa genki desu ka? Hai, genki desu. Let's now learn how to introduce ourselves. First of all, you'll need to figure out how to say and write your name in Japanese. There's a link in the video description for tips on how to do just that. In Japanese, the last name comes before the first name. Even if your name is not Japanese, it's best to stick to this order, especially for self-introductions. Let's learn some expressions using introductions. First we have hajimemashite. Similar to konnichiwa and konbanwa, hajimemashite is an abbreviation of a longer expression literally meaning I'm humbly in your sight for the first time. Just think of it as a set expression for meeting someone for the first time. Next we have Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu is one of those expressions that are difficult to translate. It literally means to make a request. For now you can treat it as a set expression used at the end of a self-introduction. You may hear shorter versions of the same thing such as yoroshiku onegai shimasu or dozo yoroshiku, or even just yoroshiku in casual situations. Here's my simple self-introduction. Hajimemashite. Kimu Tei desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Here it is again a bit slower. Hajimemashite. Kimu Tei desu. Dozo yoroshiku onegai shimasu. In this lesson, we learned how to properly address other people and introduce yourself. Make sure to check the video description for the list of new vocabulary, including the kanji and other useful links. In the next lesson, we will learn about the two types of adjectives in Japanese. Nice to properly meet you all in Japanese, and I'll see you again in the next video. Konnichiwa.
Alright. So that was from his video on addressing people. I'm playing it because he linked it into the lesson itself. Again, Take Him does have, I think he's trying to create or has created an entire lesson, video lesson. I'm not sure how far it goes into it. I haven't looked into that. But again, if you want to go that route, again, that's available. I'm just doing my route. Alright, so let's find out. So addressing people. Not only is it important to use the right type of language with the right people, it is also important to address them by the right name. It is also important to address yourself with the proper level of politeness. Japanese is special in that there are so many ways to saying the simple words I and you. We'll go over some of the ways to refer to yourself and others. Alright, so referring to yourself. Okay, so we're going to go over vocabulary. Alright, here's the vocabulary words. Looks like we're down to one person watching. Okay, let's do that. Do preview.
Namae.
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 Namae. It means name.
Namae.
Namae. It has two kanji. One for name and the other kanji for in front.
Namae.
Namae. So, let me reactivate the... Alright, so I'll just talk real quick while the Urikai-kun gets activated. So again, this is usually you think of this as being name, but this means more about your, like the equivalent of your first name, so the given name, not the family name. Okay, so in this case, but sometimes it will say full name, so name, full name, given name, or what they were saying first name, what we think of as the first name, but in Japanese, as the videos mentioned earlier, which is what we think of a first name is actually the last name in Japanese. So the family name comes first, then the person's given name. Okay. That's traditionally in a Japanese naming system. Okay, namae.
Namae.
All right, so let's write that out. Let's delete that. Namae. So let's do name. So let's say in the evening, whisper the name into the person's ear. Namae, and then out front, like again out front of the horns, and then of the butcher shop, put the horns out front. All right, namae.
名前
Next kanji.
社長
Shacho.
社長
Shacho. It means company president.
社長
Shacho. It uses a kanji for company and long.
社長
Shacho. It also means a manager or a director, but normally company president.
社長
Shacho. All right, let's draw this out. Shacho. Now, this in itself, you'll find it can be an honorific attached to a name. So there's a, company, okay, and then sho, which is long. Okay, and there's a hairpin. There's a comb. There's a hairpin. Shacho. Shacho.
社長
Shacho. Company president. You're gonna hear that a
課
lot.
長
Okay, kacho. Not as common, but
課長
kacho. It means section manager.
課長
Kacho, it uses two kanji. One kanji for chapter and the kanji for long. So just like shacho, now we have kacho,
課長
section manager. So always going to be section chief. So this is below it, like in other words, a department in a company. It will be that section. Shacho, kacho,
課長
kacho. All right, let's write it out. So remember, it's chapter and long. So chapter is words that are the fruit. Words are the fruit of the books that are the chapters. All right, let's do fruit, which is then do tree. All right, that's ka, and then we want to do cho again. Cho. Okay, there's the comb, there's the hairpin. Comb and hairpin. Kacho, shacho, kacho.
課長
All right, next sentence or next word.
田中
Tanaka. No,
田中
Tanaka. It's a last name. It's a common last name in Japan, or family. It's a common family name in Japan.
田中
Tanaka uses two kanji, the kanji for field and the kanji for inside, or in, kanji for in.
田中
Tanaka. All right, so let's write that out. All right, so we do ta, so it's pronounced ta, and these are the kunyomi for it, by the way. So ta, and then naka, tanaka. All right, so that's the. By the way, that's the kunyomi pronunciations. You'll get used to that. All right, tanaka,
田中
tanaka. So,
彼女
kanajo. Now here,
彼女
kanajo, it means she or girlfriend. Normally girlfriend though.
彼女
Kanajo uses two kanji, one for he, kanji for he, and the kanji for woman.
彼女
Kanajo. Here's some other meanings. So it could be she, her, but mainly girlfriend or sweetheart. Especially if it's spoken. That might be in written text as referring to a female. But I guess spoken it has more of a, sounds more like you're talking about a girlfriend. Kanajo.
彼女
Kanajo. So let's do he. There's the Spartan soldiers. He had the. Actually, it was curved. Didn't that one? Okay, I think it was that one. Then Kanajo. Ku no ichi. Ku no ichi. Kanajo.
彼女
Kanajo. Let me just see something real quick. I'll worry about that later. But
彼女
Kanajo. Okay, and this is a pronoun. So
ガールフレンド
girlfriendo. Now this is the loan word.
ガールフレンド
Girlfriendo. It means girlfriend because it even sounds like that.
ガールフレンド
Girlfriendo. And it's a loan word. It's a girlfriendo. So let's write that out. It means roughly girlfriend. All right, so this is not in reference to females in general, just girlfriend. Girlfriendo. So garu. Actually, I'm sorry. It's make sure I'm doing that right. Yeah, okay. Thought so. Garu, fu, girlfriend, girlfriendo. Okay, next.
ボーイフレンド
Yeah, boyfriendo. Probably kareshi, but we might even cover kareshi. But right now,
ボーイフレンド
boyfriendo. It means boyfriend.
ボーイフレンド
Boyfriendo. It's a loan word.
ボーイフレンド
Boyfriendo. It means, well, right there, boyfriend. And probably part of it is like boy. Let's see, friendo. And then there's friend. Garo, boy. And then boyfriendo, girlfriendo. And then also friendo. Call it friendo. So boy, Boyfriend. Oh, sorry, did that backwards. Sorry. Boyfriend. Friendo. Boyfriendo.
Boyfriend.
Boyfriendo. Alright, that's the last. And again, you might also hear a word for boyfriend is kareshi. Kareshi. So you have kanajo and kareshi. Alright, so let's go on. Now we're back to the lesson itself. So this is referring to yourself. Vocabulary, namae, name. There are many ways to say I in Japanese. Some of these words are not as common, and others are hopelessly outdated. We will go over the most common ones that are in use today. The usages are all the different words for I is separated into two categories, gender and politeness. In other words, there are words that are usually used by males and words that are usually used by females, and they all depend on social context and sometimes even age. Before going into this, a note about the word. Now this is watashi, or atashi. The official reading of that kanji is watokshi. This is the reading you use in formal context. Now I believe you've already run into this word if you've already covered the vocabulary from course number 5. Okay, the official reading of the kanji is watashi. This is the reading that you use in formal context. For example, a speech by the president of a company. This reading will probably be accompanied with honorific and humble forms, which we will cover later. In all other situations, it is usually read as watashi, and this is the most generic reference to I in terms of politeness and gender. Therefore, it is usually one of the first words taught to students of Japanese. So here's a list of the most common words for I and how they are used. So the most formal, there's a kanji for private, watashi, used by both males and females for formal situations. Then you have the kanji for private, but it says watashi, used by both males and females for normal, polite conversations, or polite. Okay, I think formal and polite are a little different, but okay. Boku is the kanji for, well, let's see, what he gives it is okay. So it's like I forgot what I think it was like me, myself. I think Hazik, he gave all the different personal pronouns a different word. But anyway, so this again in reference to oneself. Boku, used primarily by males from fairly polite to fairly casual situations. Okay, so it's not a rude way of referring to oneself, but mainly it's men or boys who refer to themselves as by boku. Sort of like a Boy Scout if you think of that. Now we have this next one for ore. Now this is a very rough version of I, used exclusively by males in very casual situations. Alright, like you're at a bar or at a game or just at a discussion in your house or whatnot, talking ore. Atashi. Sometimes you'll see this kanji, watashi, here and then pronounced as atashi. Very feminine and casual way to refer to oneself. Many girls have decided to opt for watashi instead because atashi has a cutesy and girly sound. Depends on one's own name. It's also very feminine and actually kind of childish to refer to oneself. But again, you just say your name and act like, because again everybody calls you by your name, so you refer to yourself by your name because there's a reason for that. A lot of things because again there wasn't a female equivalent for boku for young kids, so that's how that came about from what I understand. And finally we have is washi, right there, I or me, usually used by older men well in their middle to late ages, in the middle age. Now, let's see how different types of sentences that use the appropriate version of I. Watashi is left out because we have yet to go over very formal grammatical situations, very grammatical expressions. All right. So here are the examples. Now, this is going to be my name is Kim. Now, this said neutral and polite. So, watashi no name wa Kimu desu. So, watashi no my name wa name, about my name. Kimu is Kim desu, is Kim. So it's polite or formal. So boku no name wa, so boku no my name, my name, Kimu desu, my name is Kim, masculine, polite. Boku no name wa Kimu desu. Boku no name wa Bobu da. So again, boku no name wa, my name, as for my name, Bobu da, it's Bob. Boku no name wa Bobu da. And we have Ore no name wa Bobu da. Ore no name wa Bobu da. So my name is Bob. Now this is masculine casual. Now I might call this like rough, casual, rough casual, and this is polite casual. That might be how I usually call it, polite casual, rough casual. And finally we have is Atashi no, so my name is, but more feminine, name wa Arasu. And because it's feminine, you don't add the more declarative da as often. Atashi no name wa Arasu. Okay, so those are all the various ways of one would introduce oneself based on the situation and their gender. All right, there are going to be some other situations as well, but we'll leave it at that. Like in other words, like Arasu desu. You might just say that. All right, so wrong one. Let's type those out. Okay, oh, sorry. So first thing, let's cover the sentences. So let's go next. Levels. Okay, 22 sentences. Okay, so let's go over these 5 sentences. Preview.
私の名前はキムです。
私の名前はキムです。This is neutral polite.
私の名前はキムです。
私の名前はキムです。Again, neutral polite. 私 and です。Okay, let's type that out. 私の名前はキムです。Alright. 私, oh, sorry. Go. Put that out and make this forward. Alright, so we are on switch. Yep, okay. 私の Come on, catch up. 私の名前は oh, sorry, 名前はキムです。キムです。私の名前はキムです。Next.
僕の名前はキムです。
僕の名前はキムです。This is my name is Ken, polite masculine. Or yeah, I say polite not masculine, rough masculine for the difference between boku and ore.
僕の名前はキムです。
僕の名前はキムです。And I've also heard use of boku by females in the songs that they sing. That's probably going to be one of the more often you'll ever hear a female say boku is in songs. From my personal experience, I can't say that as a rule. Okay. Boku no namae wa Kimu desu. Boku no name wa Kimu desu. And again, boku is not impolite. It's just again, it kind of sounds, the way I've heard it described by some people is like it makes you sound like a Boy Scout because it's a very nice way of referring to yourself as a guy. Boy Scout.
僕の名前はボブだ。
僕の名前はバブだ。
僕の名前はボブだ。
So polite masculine casual. My name is Bob. 僕の名前はボブだ。So 僕の名前はボブだ。ボブだ。僕の名前はボブだ。
俺の名前はボブだ。
俺の名前はボブだ。In this casual masculine and also in a casual setting. Did we lose something?
俺の名前はボブだ。
俺の名前はボブだ。Alrighty. So, and again, this is not rude. It's not used in formal situations. 俺の No, sorry. 俺の話を sorry. 名前はボブだ。俺の名前はボブだ。Alright, casual, masculine, casual.
私の名前はアリス。
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 私の名前はアリス。Okay. 私の so my but more feminine sounding 名前はアリス。Oh, sorry. Alright, 私の名前はアリス。Alright, cool. Let's keep going. Alright, and that's the end for that, so we'll just read to the end of the lecture and go from there. Okay, cool. Alright, so referring to others by name, and I guess this would have been good to, these are vocabulary words. Looks like there's no sentences, so I'm just going to read through this. This could actually be good, probably by this time you've already I've covered these words in the vocabulary section of Course 5. And so these would actually be good for vocabulary. I just did not include them. Alright, so referring to others by name. So here we have is Shacho, Kacho, Sensei, which you've covered previously, and then Tanaka. Now, Japanese do not require require the use of you nearly as much as English does. And I hope that the examples with Bob, Alice, and Jim have shown that people refer to other people by their names even when they are directly addressing that person. Another common way to address people is by their title, such as Shacho, Kacho, Sensei, etc. The word Sensei is used to generally mean any person who has a significant knowledge and expertise in something. That's why it's referred to both as teachers, doctors, lawyers, and even members of parliament, of the Japanese parliament, are referred to as Sensei. And probably others as well that I don't know about. For example, people usually use Sensei when directly addressing doctors or teachers, obviously. You can also include the person's last name, such as Tanaka Sensei. So Tanaka and then Sensei. Teacher Tanaka. In the case where your relationship with the person doesn't involve any title, you can use their name, usually their last name, and the practice of attaching san to their first name also exists. Let's say san to show politeness. If calling them by their last name seems too polite and distant, the practice of attaching san to their first name also exists. More endearing and colloquial versions of san include kun and chan. Kun and chan. Now, kun is usually attached to the name of males who are of equal or lower social value, position. Sorry. For example, my boss, Tae Kim's boss sometimes refer to him as Kimu-kun. Chan is a more very endearing way to refer to usually females of equal or lower set. Now you could hear it again. Now there's no way I usually hear it saying, okay, teachers would refer to their male students as kun, and sometimes their female students as chan. Teachers to students. So you don't want to refer to people, you really don't want to use this to refer to people unless you know it should be used. I'll put it that way. So just be safe. Just use san. Always use san. Unless you know and ask, hey, when is it appropriate to use these other things for people who know better than just some random jerk on the internet, reading off a web page. So yeah, you're going to hear some, and in fact, again, if you start watching Japanese, be careful, don't use anime as a reference. Do not use anime as any reference when dealing with the honorifics like this. Maybe regular live dramas or also discussion shows can help. But again, the thing about social position is going to be important to understand. Okay, referring to others with you. Now, please do not use anata just like you would use the word you in English. In directly addressing people, there are 3 levels of politeness. Using the person's name with the appropriate suffix, like Tanaka-san. Not using anything at all. Using anata. In fact, by the time you get to 3, you're dangerous in the area of being rude. Most of the time, you do not need to use anything at all because you're directly addressing the person. Constantly pounding the listener with you every sentence, like you're accusing the person, sounds like you're accusing the person of something. In fact, again, now this is my personal thing. Like the way I looked at it is like in the again, I was in the 20 years in the military, and in there we kind of have the way we address people in the military. It kind of is vaguely similar to how I've seen Japanese address each other in that. You never use first name, usually use last names. You can also attach rank to it if you feel like it. You always attach rank if someone's senior to you. How you treat someone senior to you is different than how you treat someone of equal value as a friend and people who are below you as a subordinates and whatnot. And I saw the similarities there. And you would refer to officers in the third person, so that would happen as well. So again, that was me as a benefit of this military training. The addressing of people kind of made sense to me, but it's not something that's normal in daily people who in English-speaking countries, in the daily lives of English-speaking countries. Okay, with that out of the way, let's go back. All right. Anata is also an old-fashioned way for women to refer to their husbands. So unless you're a middle-aged woman with a Japanese husband, I doubt you'll be using anata in this fashion as well. Now, here's a list of some words meaning you in English. Which would also mean you in English. You will rarely need to use any of these words, especially the ones in the second half of the list. You will probably read them in mangas and hear them on TV shows and whatnot, but again, you don't want to use them. Alright, so here we go. Anata. This is the one, again, taught by all students of Japanese, learning Japanese in college or something, but generally only used when there is no way to physically address the person or know the person's name. For example, direct questions to the reader on a forum that the reader must fill out would use anata, okay? That makes sense. Kun, or in this case, it looks like kun, but it's also pronounced kimi. Kimi. Can be very close and assuming way of addressing girls, especially by guys. Can also be kind of rude. Omae. Now this is very rough and coarse way of addressing someone, usually used by guys and often changed to ome. And again, the idea is like, again, someone of equal or lower status. You wouldn't. So I've heard like bosses refer to their subordinates as omae. But again, that's an anecdotal experience. I'm not sure about that. Okay, now we have is anta, sort of like a abbreviation for anata, a very assuming and familiar way to address someone. Person using this is maybe miffed off about something. All right, now these last two are from mangas. So teme, or it looks like temae, but it's like a teme. Very rude, like omae. To add extra punch, people usually say it like teme. Sounds like you want to beat someone up. I've only seen this used. Tae Kim's only seen this used in movies and comic books. In fact, if you try this on friends, they'll probably laugh at you and tell you you've been reading too many comic books. I can buy that. All right, and lastly is again from movies, like if you saw like gangster or samurai flicks, ninja assassin flicks. So kisama. So ki and sama. Now, if you look at in the individual kanjis for it, precious and sama or esquire. Precious esquire or whatnot, it looks like it's a very polite word, but it's very, very rude. Sounds like you want to take someone out or kill them. Also, I've only seen this used in comic books, and also I've seen it in movies and whatnot. You only go over it so you can understand and enjoy comic books yourself, or that's why Take Him is referring to it. Okay, so those are the vocabulary words. Don't worry about it again. Just use san. Keep it simple. Use a person's name and add san to it. Try to avoid using anata all the time, sort of like you would try to avoid using watashi no or watashi all the time. Once it's established, you're talking about yourself. You don't need to keep implying that it's about yourself. Okay, referring to others in third person. All right, so here we have is kare, kanajo, girlfriendo, boyfriendo. So we already covered those vocabulary words, but also there is also kareshi, which is boyfriend. You can use kare and kanajo for he and she respectively. Notice that kare and kanajo can also mean boyfriend and girlfriend. So how can you tell which meaning is being used? Context, of course. For example, if someone asks, kanajo desu ka? The person obviously is asking, is she your girlfriend? Because the question is she does not make any sense. Another less commonly used alternative is girlfriendo and boyfriendo for, okay, you can guess, it's pretty obvious what those mean. Alright. I guess from personal experience, when I was trying to talk to kids and try to use she as kanajo, and you're just going to get laughed at. I'm sorry. It's just, they're just going to hear that and they're going to think it's referring to girlfriend. So, maybe just say onna noko, onna no ito, something. Don't say onna, because that sounds kind of rude. But onna no ito, onna noko, a woman or a girl. Let's see. Referring to family members. This is where things get a little more complicated. Now here's where you hear about polite ways, in a polite company, how you refer to your own family versus referring to somebody else's family. So you always want to remember in the way Japanese works, like the person speaking is always at a lower level, considered at a lower level than the person that's being spoken to. That's the concept anyway. Okay, so here we have two ways of referring to member. Haha, okasan. Yoshin for parents. Then we have chichi and oto-san. Tsuma, okusan. So wife. Otto and shujin. Husband. Ane, one-san. Ani, oni-san. Imoto, ototo, musuko, musume. Now, again, if you've been following along, you've already done the vocabulary, then you've already run into these words. So I won't stress it too much on that. However, again, this is where you can kind of refer to this chart to kind of understand, like, when is the situation to use the other. And even then, this is kind of like the idea of referring to it as something like chichi and haha. Like, using those sounds very kind of a little too formal, a little too polite. Like, referring to your own mom as okasan, it maybe doesn't sound as rude anymore, even in just normal everyday speak. But again, if you are talking to your boss, or you might be older people, you might want to try to use that formality like chichi and haha. So here we go. Referring to family members is a little more complicated than English. It could be worse. What he's saying is try learning Korean. Now I'm going. That's what he's writing because he's Korean. So, or he knows Korean. I don't know, one of the two. I assume one of the other. For purposes of brevity, since this is a grammar guide and not a vocabulary guide, we will only go over the immediate family. In Japanese, you refer to members of other people's families more politely than your own. This is only now you think about that though. In other words, using a term that's polite, but by using a term that's not, by using chichi as a polite way of referring to your father, it sounds formal. Even though it's saying it's an informal way. No, that's a formal way of referring to your father. It'd be an informal way of referring, or a rude way of referring to somebody else's father. Okay. Now, this is only when you are talking to members of your own family to others outside the family. For example, you refer to your own mom as haha to people outside your family, but you might very well call her Oka-san at home within your own family. There is also a distinction between older and younger siblings. The following chart lists some of the most common terms used for family members, and there may also be other possibilities not covered in this chart. Okay, so like for example, they've got referring to your parents, Yudoshin, somebody else's family, Godoshin, referring to your mother, haha, to someone else. Now, not directly, like, and again, these are how you might refer to your family members inside. Like, you're talking to your brother, you might say Oni-san or One-san. If you talk to your young brother or younger sister, since they're below you in status, you still say Imoto and Toto. If you're talking about your son or daughter, you'll refer to them as Musuko, Musume, but somebody else, they'll add the san to it, so they'll refer to you as that's when they're talking about your family members, or you're talking about their family members. All right, this just takes time and a little bit of practice, but it's not too difficult. Like you can say a few of these are really, the pronunciation changed. Like this is Ane for older sister, and this is One-san, so it's pronounced a little differently. Like Ani, Oni-san, but then these are the same. It's added the san. Ototo, Musume. Okay, Musume-san, Musuko-san, Ototo-san, Imoto-san. All right, and of course these are two different. Like say here is as Okusan and Suma, or Oto. Usually they'll Goshujin and Okusan. All right, so again, this is where it is complicated, but this is where practice comes. Hopefully, if you need to get a little chart together, but you've already been doing these as vocabulary. This is also where it's good, where if you start watching dramas, especially family dramas, and you start seeing how people talk about their families to their families and also to other people's families. And it might even be different based on, again, the relationship between the two people talking about that other person's family. I think a good example, I saw one drama, was like, well, Hanayori Dengo was a bad example because that's a drama based on a manga. But you saw the different ways in which they refer to the person, and also how they refer to the children or the family members. All right. With that said, that is the end of this lesson. So this took about, let's see, started at 11, so this is about a 40-minute lesson, so that wasn't too bad. We'll probably move from here into, let's go back to the Learn Japanese. Okay, so we'll do TK 23. Alright, so let's go check that out. I think I had one message here. Let me go check out what they were saying. Okay, so that's nice. Thank you. Alright, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Alright, in the beginning message. Okay, I hate to bother you, but I've been using Memorize SGJL to help kanji ideas. I'm like 150 kanji yesterday. I'm just wondering if it makes sense to learn. Yeah, it could be like in parallel, but the vocabulary can take him more difficult due to its kanji use. Okay, use that as an answer. And again, people want to ask me a question, that's no problem. Let's see, did it pin? It was pinned. Awesome. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Alright, let's just go around. I'll tell you what, while I'm doing that, let me just go around the bend real quick. Memorize notes. Oh, that's an old one. Okay. Done. Alright, nothing new there. go here, refresh here, and refresh here. Probably nothing new. Dun dun dun. Okay, no. And that's if you want to find like live streaming. There are some sites that are illegal. Sorry. Let's see. What goes to Iku? Going on a 2-week trip and can't review my Anki vocab. Scary that. Well, solution: slowly catch up. I tell you what, I'm going to actually answer that question. We'll do that. Let's see what he says. Okay. Sorry about that. Happened to me on occasions. Okay. Reviewing the time you set aside per day and keep reviewing daily till you're caught up. Reviewing learned material is faster and easier than learning new material. Plus, you also want to keep what you learned. Put it this way. Already went over all that material at least one time already. What does it matter that you go over it again? After a 2-week pause. Still would have went over it anyway. Okay. Alright. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, again, people kind of like, they see all these reviews pile up and they go, oh my god, 1,000 reviews. But yeah, but you think about it. The reason you have 1,000 reviews is you've learned 1,000 things. I did, everybody came back somehow. Huh? Oh, okay. Okay. Let me see something real quick. Catch up on him. Again, those were discussion posts and not links. Alright. Make sure I'm not lying, because I did do a search. Okay. I did search prior. Alright. Anyway, that's Japan Circle Jerk, so, yeah. Actually, yeah, that guy did a really good job. Okay. Alright, so good. Let's go here. Alright, anything new? Not seeing it. Okay. And newest submission was that. Alright, cool. So that's all caught up. And it's 1 hour into the stream. I feel good. Let's keep going. Alright, let's go to... Alright, good. Gotten some reviews catching up there. That's not going to be bad, though. Cool. And again, reviews, reviews are not the enemy here. And again, that's the easiest way I can say it. 1,000 reviews meant that you learned 1,000 items. Good on you. You don't want to forget those 1,000 items, right? I mean, you spent all that time. I mean, building those. I mean, what did you do to build those up? Hopefully, you learned them first. You didn't just throw them into the fire and just said, "Okay, yeah, I'll try to learn as I go along." It's not. Yeah, you spent some time at the beginning, and then the upkeep is what you need to worry about. Yeah. It's almost like worrying, like, "Oh my God, I skipped the first month of rent. Now the second month, and now I got to pay twice as much in rent." It's like, no. You're still paying the same amount of rent. It's just that now it's all at once as opposed to spread out over 2 months. It was still the same amount, and whatnot. So yeah, you already put or in this case, mortgage. I know it's like you're trying to catch up on the mortgage. So you waited 3 months as opposed to 1 month. And in your mind, all of a sudden, let's say your mortgage was $600. So $600 a month was okay, and all of a sudden you waited 3 months before paying. Now it's all of a sudden $1,800. Oh my God, it's $1,800. How can I pay that much? It's like, well, you would have been paying it anyway if you did it monthly. I mean, that's the magic of it. So anyway, cool. I admit I am guilty of the same mindset. I look at that, I see 1,000 or 1,200 reviews or something, and it's like, oh my God, what the hell am I going to be doing? And then all of a sudden it's like, you know what? If I didn't procrastinate or put it off anyway, I would have done the reviews regardless. So treat it like that. Just eat away at it. The reviews aren't going to keep building up if you keep eating away at them. Because again, you review faster than you learned it, and that's just going to happen. I don't know why I'm stressing this point. It's just something I wanted to think about. All right, so we got here. Let's go to Learn Japanese. TK03 is the 25th. Okay, so if you got any questions, feel free to ask. I'll be available. But right now I'm about to start the lesson again. We're at 57 minutes and 10 seconds. Cool. This is the lesson 3 of the essential grammar. So let us begin. And welcome. This is Nuke Marine, presenting the suggested guide for Japanese literacy. Now, this is a course series on Memorize that presents self-study courses meant for taking one from the beginners of Japanese to the intermediate and advanced levels. Currently, this is course number 6, which is Tae Kim's Guide to Japanese Grammar, Part 2. Now, the Part 2 of this course covers his Learn Japanese website, which is guidetojapanese.org, and of the grammar guide. It goes into the essential grammar section of his grammar guide. Now, of this grammar guide, we are on lesson number 3, the question marker. So if you've been watching this, if you've been watching the video and you enjoy it, please consider giving it a thumbs up. If you haven't already, consider subscribing to the channel. Again, I create content on a near daily basis. Finally, if you think this has been useful to other people, consider sharing it on social media like Facebook, Tumblr, or Twitter or whatnot. Either the channel, the playlist, or even the individual videos if you find people would be of interest of self-studying Japanese. Okay, now that said, let's go over. Now this is, again, and go here actually. So I'm going to course number 6, Tae Kim's Japanese Grammar Guide. And we are on lesson, now right here is marked 23, which means actually lesson 3, and this will be, see how many vocabulary words we're going to have to cover, 31 vocabulary words. Okay, this is going to be kind of lengthy, but it's going to be doable. Alright, so let's say this. This is the question marker. Questions in polite form. Alright, so it looks like we've got a lot of vocabulary to cover and a few sentences. So this is going to take a little, probably a good part of an hour, if not an hour and a half, I can imagine. So be willing to take breaks through this video if you need to. Like pause it, do the vocabulary, pause it, do like sections of it, again pause it and then keep going on. So it's very good to do these in parts. So first I'm going to do beginning is the vocabulary. Okay, let me bring out the pad. This is usually takes about a minute per vocabulary word. Okay, Kana-san, preview.
お母さん
Okada-san. Alright, Okada-san.
お母さん
Okada-san, it means mother. Now, it's saying here polite. It's a polite way to refer to somebody else's mother, or it's also a polite way to call your mother.
お母さん
Okada-san. It uses the kanji mama inside of it.
お母さん
Okasan. Here's some other meanings for it. Really, it's just an honorific for mother. Okasan. And it's ka. Okasan. All right, let's write it out. Okay, so let's do. Clear that out. Whoop. Hey, where'd you go? Control-E. Okay, there we go. All right, so let's do the O, which is the generic honorific there, and then ka. Okay, let me get my pad. Okay, do the dash dash, and then through Oka-san. There's the other honorific. Oka-san, mother. You're either talking to your mother or referring to other people's mothers. Okay, Oka-san.
鈴木
Suzuki.
鈴木
Suzuki. It's a family, not last name, more like the family name. It's like a very common family name.
鈴木
Suzuki. It uses kanji. Let me make sure. Small bell and tree. Suzuki. Small bell, tree. Suzuki.
鈴木
Suzuki. Let's draw this out. All right. So small bell is just a piece of metal. You ring to order people around. Small bell, and then you want to do this for order. Suzu, and then ki is tree. Suzuki. Suzuki.
鈴木
Suzuki. Next.
母
Haha.
母
Haha. It means mother. It's a formal way of referring to your mother to other people.
母
Haha. And it's not normally, it's used in very formal situations. Haha. Mother.
母
Haha. And again, it uses kanji for mama. So when you see it alone, it is called haha. There we go. Da, da. Haha.
母
Haha. Next word.
買い物
Kaimono. Now this is using the stem for kao, for the ma stem of kai, so kai, kaima, so kai, the mono for thing, so a shopping thing.
買い物
Kaimono.
買い物
Kaimono means shopping.
買い物
Kaimono uses the kanji for buy and thing.
買い物
Kaimono. So and some other means purchase goods or shopping. So it could mean the actual items itself is kaimono. All right, let's write it out. Kaimono. So kai, I over things you buy. I before you buy. I before you buy. 1, 2. Then we do e. So kaimasu, kai. And then we want to do mono. The cow's thing is tied in a knot. Kaimono.
買い物
Kaimono. Next.
料理
Ryori.
料理
Ryori means cooking, cuisine, or dish.
料理
Ryori uses two kanji. The kanji for fi, yo, and the kanji for logic, ri, ryori.
料理
It also means, cooking, cookery, or cuisine. Ryori, fi, and logic. Okay, ryori. So let's do fi, yo. There's the rice. It's the fee you pay, so you just fill up the little measuring cup with rice to pay the fee every day, cooking fee maybe, and then you want ri for logic. So you want to make sure the king of logic. Computers are the king of logic. Yo, ryori, ryori,
料理
ryori.
すみません
Sumimasen. So this is a
すみません
sumimasen means sorry. Now it's a polite form of sorry, but it's not gomen nasai. So it's
すみません
sumimasen. So it means sorry, excuse me, and thank you. You might also hear it pronounced suimasen in a colloquial or spoken form, but written down it'll say sumimasen.
すみません
All right, let's write it out. Sumimasen. Su, mi, ma, sen. Sumimasen. Sumimasen.
ちょっと
Chotto.
ちょっと
Chotto. It means a little.
ちょっと
Chotto. And there are some kanji for it, but don't ignore that. Just normally it's written out in hiragana, and it just means just a minute, a short time, just a little. So it's a hiragana, normally written in hiragana. Okay, chotto. Well, let's write that out. So we do cha, cha, cho, cho, to, cho, and then we're going to do the small su, and then to. Chotto, cho, to, chotto. Chotto dake kudasai. Chotto,
ちょっと
chotto.
お腹
Onaka.
お腹
Onaka means stomach or your abdomen.
お腹
Onaka uses a kanji for abdomen.
Onaka.
Onaka, some other meanings. It's again right there. This means stomach. So, okay, but maybe not like the actual organ stomach, but generally the stomach in your like your tummy or your belly. Stomach. Onaka. Okay, so O. All right, then we can do belly. So it's the piece of the part of the body that you would double back on. So that's the. Make sure I did that right. Things lay down for a day and then. Yeah, it is. Gandalf. Alright, so again, you gotta double back, so that's when you lay down for the day. When the dwarves lay down for the day, Gandalf always double back. So it's double back. Just think of sit-ups if you need to. Doubling over, doubling back. Sit-ups. Onaka. Onaka.
Onaka.
Onaka.
いっぱい
Ippai.
いっぱい
Ippai, it means full.
いっぱい
Ippai, it's normally in kana. It's normally written in hiragana, but you may also see it as kanji. In this case, one and cup.
いっぱい
Ippai. Some other meanings. So it's cup of, a drink, or full. So if you ever heard of kanpai, this is also the same pai there. Like dry up the cup, in this case, ippai. One, it might mean one cup of, but also means full. Ippai, full. Let's write that out. Alright, so we do I, small glottal stop, and we're going to do pa. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Ha, I'm doing ha. Pa, pai, ippai, ippai,
いっぱい
full.
ごめんなさい
Gomen nasai.
ごめんなさい
Gomen nasai. It means sorry, but this way it's a polite form, but not sumimasen. So this is gomen nasai. Polite way of saying sorry. Gomen nasai.
ごめんなさい
It's normally written in hiragana.
ごめんなさい
So here we are. So gomen nasai. So again, there are some kanji for that, but don't worry about that. Just assume it's written in hiragana. Gomen nasai. Okay, let's write it out. All right, go. Men. Gomen na. Nasaru nasai. Gomen nasai. Gomen nasai.
ごめんなさい
Gomen nasai. Sorry.
ごめん。
Gomen. Now that's a casual way of saying sorry.
ごめん。
Gomen. Again, like gomen nasai, it's normally written in hiragana.
ごめん。
Gomen. And again, it just means your pardon or declining something. But it's a casual way of saying sorry. Gomen. Gomen. Go. Men. Gomen.
こんな
Konna. This is more of a pronoun.
こんな
Konna means this sort of thing. So kore, konna, konna. This sort of thing.
こんな
Konna. Also can mean such, or talk about something close to the speaker, to include the speaker itself, or about ideas expressed by the speaker. It also can mean like this. Konna.
こんな
Konna. All right, let's write that out. Let's start a new group. All right, so ko, konna, 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 konna,
こんな
konna.
本当
Honto.
本当
Honto. It means real or really.
本当
Honto uses the kanji for book, hon, and to, or hit, to, honto,
本当
honto. So meanings are truth, reality, really, real, honto. Okay, let's write it out. So we already knew hon from nihon, and hon for book, so hon. And then to, I think we to zen maybe, but honto, honto, honto,
本当
really.
そんな
So we already had konna, now we're going to learn sonna. So this sort of thing is konna, that sort of thing, sonna.
そんな
Sonna, that sort of thing.
そんな
Sonna. Normally it's written in hiragana. Alright, sonna, such. About actions of the listener, about ideas expressed or understood by the listener. Like that sort of thing. Sonna.
そんな
Sonna. Okay, let's write it out. So, sonna. Sonna.
そんな
Sonna. Next word.
なん
Nan. Also,
なん
nani. I think in this case it's going to be nan or nani.
なん
Nan. It means what?
なん
None. Some other meaning. It uses the kanji for what?
何
None or nani. So there we have nani or none. What? Or sometimes how many. You've missed. Well, okay. Well, you can read that. All right, let's write that out. None. All right. This again we have kanji. So it's for what? So there's Batman and what can Batman do? Batman can do everything. Batman and can. None or nani. None. Okay.
何
None.
言う
You.
言う
You. It means to say. It's a you verb.
言う
You. It's a you verb. Like so it means iwanai, not say. Iwanak ita, to said. Ikanakatta or iwanakatta, did not say.
言う
You. And again, it uses the it uses the pronoun, or sorry, it uses the kanji for say, or what we call cell phone. All right, some other meanings: to say or to call, to give a name. All right, you, and normally again for the kanji, so it's like a little downward tick, a long stroke, two short strokes like that, and then the mouth, and then the you, you, you. All right, next up,
わかる
wakaru.
わかる
Wakaru, it means to understand. It's a you verb.
わかる
Wakaru, it uses the kanji for part. Wa, part.
わかる
Wakaru, some meanings of it is to be understood, to comprehend, to be grasped. Wakaru, and since it's a you verb, so that's wakaranai, wakaranakatta, wakatta, wakaru, or understood. All right, let's write it out.
わかる
Wakaru, part. So we have part. Pieces of 8 cut in a dagger. Wakaru. Wakaru. Next sentence.
わかる
Wakaru.
教える
Oshieru.
教える
Oshieru. It means to teach or to inform. It's an RU verb.
教える
Oshieru. It uses the kanji teach. Oshi. And then eru. Oshi.
教える
Oshieru. Some other meanings. To teach, to inform, to instruct. It's a transitive verb. Oshieru. Let's write it out. So we're doing teach. Yeah, we can do it right here. So oshi. So we're going to do the filial or the devoted student, and then to the taskmaster, in this case Indiana Jones. Oshi, and then eru. Oshieru. Oshieru.
教える
Oshieru.
知る
Shiru.
知る
Shiru. It means to know. It's a you verb.
知る
Shiru. It uses the kanji know.
知る
Shiru. So meanings are to know, to understand, to be quiet. So there's wakaru means comprehension, and shiru is this actual knowledge, facts and dates. Whereas concepts are more wakaru. Shiru.
知る知る
So again, it's a you verb. So that means shiranai, did not know. Shita, did know. Shiranakata, did not know. Usually you would say if you learned something, like somebody asks you, did you know something, you say shiranakata means I didn't know, which implies now you do know, because you just learned it from that person. Shiranakata. All right. So shiru. All right. So again, we do kanji for know, which is Dartmouth. So there's the dart. There's the mouth. So that's the she, and do. Shiru. And it's an intransitive verb, right? Yeah. No, it's a transitive verb. So it's it's done upon items and facts. Shiru. Interesting.
クッキー
Cookie.
クッキー
Cookie. It means cookie.
クッキー
Cookie. It's a loan word using katakana. And it just means cookie, but might also refer to a biscuit. And also is also the same with the internet cookies as well. So, cookie. So it's not cookie, it's cookie. So key. E. You don't want to say cookie because that's a different word. Kind of like atmosphere, or the atmosphere of a social atmosphere.
クッキー
Cookie. Next sentence or next vocabulary.
盗む
Nusumu.
盗む
Nusumu. It means to steal. It's a you verb.
盗む
Nusumu. It uses the kanji for steal, which I haven't taught you yet, but we'll cover that. It's a fairly simple one.
盗む
Nusumu. It also can mean it's a transitive verb, and it also, again, it just means to steal. So let's go over that. Nusumu. So since it's a U verb, obviously, nusumanai, don't steal. Nusunda, stole. Nusumanakata, was not stolen or did not steal. Nusumu. All right. So again, for stealing, what you want to do is you want to steal something off do the part for next. For next to, there's the ice is lacks ice or something. Go there, and here's plate. So you want to steal stuff off the plate next to yours. Steal. Nusu and then mu. Nusumu. 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 Next.
犯人
Hannin.
犯人
Hannin. It means criminal.
犯人
Hannin. It uses the kanji for crime and person. Han, crime. Nin, person.
犯人
Hannin. It means offender or criminal. Alright. Now again, I haven't taught you the kanji for criminal, but you probably already know the one for dangerous. So it uses pack of wolves and fingerprint. So okay, so think of a criminal as like caught because of the he's caught both. He was hunted down by the pack of wolves, and also they found his fingerprints at the scene. So that's the crime. Han. And they want to do nin, which is person. Han nin, criminal person or crime person. Criminal.
犯人
Han nin.
から
Kara.
から
Kara. Now this is a particle. It means from. It's a particle. So it goes at the end of verbs or nouns or something.
から
Kara. Well, okay, usually at the end of phrases, particle phrases. Kara. And it's normally written in, so here we have from. It's a particle, it means from, since, or the beginning. Sometimes the source or the origin of something. Alright, kara. Okay. So you'll be getting used to that. You'll learn kara and mare. You'll get used to this. Kara, kara, kara,
から
kara. Next.
選ぶ
Erabu.
選ぶ
Erabu. It means to select. It's a U verb.
選ぶ
Erabu. It uses a kanji for elect. So to select or to elect. Erabu. Erabu.
選ぶ
Erabu. Some other meanings. To choose. Also to select. It's a transitive verb. Erabu. Erabu. Alright, so remember that was the two snakes trying to get to the Noah's Ark. And they're on the road to the Noah's Ark, and they're going to talk about being elected the king of the snakes. So there's Era, and then Bu, Erabu. And then again, it's a Bu verb. So again, so Iranda, elected. Irabanai, did not elect. Irabanakata, did not select or choose. To choose, to select.
選ぶ
Erabu.
みんな
Minna.
みんな
Minna, it means everybody in a casual form.
みんな
Minna, it uses the kanji for all.
みんな
Minna, so again, all, everyone, everybody. Okay, minna. Minna. So again, so let's say you compare everyone under the something like it means all. Like compare all the colors. So when you compare all the colors, they look white. Compare all the colors of white sunlight. It looks like you see all the colors or something. All. Minna. Casual.
皆さん
Minasan.
皆さん
Minasan. It means everybody in a polite way.
皆さん
Minasan. Just like before, it uses the kanji for all.
皆さん
Minasan. And again, all, everyone, everybody. But this is polite, and again, instead of minna, it's minasan. Minna, minasan. Minna, then minasan.
皆さん
All right. So let's write it again. So we do. Make sure I'm. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Okay. So just as before, we go there. Min. Then so mina, and then san. Minasan. And you'll probably hear that a lot beginning of a lot of videos like Minasan konnichiwa, nukmarin desu, Nihongo o oshieru no toki ni hajime arigato, something like that. You know, they always start with like Minasan konnichiwa or something like that. And then they go straight into talking English for some reason. Okay, so minasan.
質問
Shitsumon.
質問
Shitsumon. It means question.
質問
Shitsumon. It uses the two kanji, substance and question. So substance, shitsu, question, mon, shitsu mon,
質問
shitomon. Some other means question, inquiry, or an inquiry. Question or an inquiry. Shitomon. Question. Okay, so let's do it. So we do substance, which is the couple of axes, or chopping up SpongeBob SquarePants to find the substance inside him. Allows him to be a kitchen sponge for some reason under the sea. So shitsu. Now we want mon, which are at the gates. There's a mouth appears at the gate and it says, "Can you let me in?" Question. Can you let me in? Shitsu mon. Shitsu mon. Shitsu mon.
質問
Shitsu mon.
答え
Kotae.
答え
Kotae, it means answer.
答え
Kotae, it uses the kanji for solution. The solution is the answer.
答え
Kotae, so some meanings here. Kotae, response, reply, answer. Now look, this is what's called the mas. Remember we already went over stems. So this is the mas stem for kotaeru. Kotae. So kotae mas, so kotae. Kotae. So now it's a noun. It's nominalized to mean answer. An answer. The noun answer. Kotae. Alright, so let's write that out. So kotae. We're going to do solution. So it's the bamboo. It got fit together right there, right? Because the mouths fit together, made it longer. That's the answer. Make the boo. Kotae. Kotae. We just dropped the do. So kotae. Answer. Kotae.
答え
Kotae. Next. I think I got a couple.
遅れる
Okureru. Okureru.
遅れる
Okureru. It means to be late. Ru verb.
遅れる
Okureru. It uses the kanji for slow. So oku. Reru. Okureru.
遅れる
Okureru. So meanings. Now, this is a intransitive verb. It means to be late, to be delayed, to fall behind schedule. Okureru. So, okureta was late. Okurenai was not late. Okurenakata was not late. Okureru. Okureta. Okurete. And okure is the stem.
遅れる
Okureru. I'm sorry. The stem is okura. Okuri. Okurimas. Okureru. Okurimas. Okuri. Alright, so let's go slow. So again, there's a little flag, and with there's a little sheep, which is like the symbol on the road, say slow, sheep crossing. Slow down, sheep are crossing here. Slow. In this case, and oh, sorry, we're not doing kanji. So okay, so we got there. So oku, and then we want to do re. Do okureru, okureru, okureru.
遅れる
Let me change ears on my earphone. Probably should go and get some actual headphones. Like legit good headphones, not the cheap stuff I've been buying from the store.
遅れる
Okureru. Okay. Then I think
ここ
a couple more after this. So koko.
ここ
Koko means here.
ここ
Koko. It's written in hiragana. It is a pronoun.
ここ
Koko. Yeah, it's just it's a the sixth word there, so it means here. Place physically close to the speaker. Place pointed by the speaker while explaining. This place, basically this place here. This place here. All right, let's do that. Koko. Ko. You're probably going to learn Soko as well. Ko. Koko.
ここ
Koko.
今週末
Konshumatsu.
今週末
Konshumatsu. It means this weekend to come. Not the previous weekend, but this weekend to happen. Konshumatsu.
今週末
Konshumatsu. Uses kanji. Now. This is the week, and then matsu is the extremes. Alright, so it means week and then the end, or the extremity. So now, week, extremity. This weekend. So shumatsu is weekend. Konshumatsu, this weekend.
今週末
This weekend. Alright, let's write that out. Alright, so we do kon for this. Kind of like konnichiwa, konban, kon. Kon. Shu for week. There's the circumference that are on the road. Like you travel the road days on the week, days of the week you travel on the road. Konshu, and then matsu is the extreme of the branches. Konshumatsu. Probably could have wrote that better, but konshumatsu.
今週末
Konshumatsu, this weekend. Alright, that's it. That took about 25 minutes or so. Yeah, so roughly about 1 minute per kanji. Per sentence, right? Sentences don't normally take too long to learn when you think about it. It's going to happen faster. Now, it's probably better in the vocabulary section because the actual course of vocabulary, because the way they're sorted. These, unfortunately, are using words that are used in the lessons themselves. So the only context you get for these words, for the order which are, is they happen to appear in that lesson. Then Take Him just happened to pick those words for those lessons. It's just the situation as is. There's nothing really can be done about that part. But anyway, that's still should be pretty good. Now again, this is at the 25-minute mark. This is going to be a long lesson. It may take a better part of an hour. So I'll probably be at the 2.5-hour mark by the time I'm done and move into. I am hoping I can still get a lesson or two done and whatnot. Because again, I've made the call. I will be doing self-study lessons as well. I've been doing like 4-hour marathons daily, and it's still been fun and whatnot. So if you are watching, let's continue. But anyway, here we are. We're continuing the lesson. I apologize. I was kind of getting distracted. All right, so here's the official lesson. So this is in the guide-to-Japanese.org. This is the essential grammar section, lesson number 3, the question marker. The question marker. Let's bring up the number of sentences we'll have to cover. Okay, so we'll go to here. Question marker. Okay, 22 words, so it won't be, hopefully it's not too bad. So let's go. The question marker. Questions in polite form. Here's the vocabulary we just covered. We got up to gomen, a casual form of sorry. The question marker is covered here because it primarily is used to clearly indicate a question in polite sentences. While it is entirely possible to express a question, even in polite form, using just intonation, the rise of your voice, the question marker is often attached to the end of the sentence to indicate a question. The question marker is simply the hiragana character ka, and you don't need to add a question mark when you use ka. However, in recent times it's becoming more and more popular even with ka to add the question mark. For previously explained reasons, you must not use the declarative da with a question marker. You can't say something is and then add it as like that's a question. This is a cow, question mark. No, it'd be, this is a cow? So that's where intonation. But yeah, you wouldn't do declarative. So here's an example. Tanaka-san. Okaa-san wa doko desu ka? So okaa-san, as for your mother, doko desu ka? Doko is where, and then ka, question mark. Where's your mother? Suzuki-san. Haha wa, referring to their own mother. Kaimono ni, to shopping, or the act of toward shopping as a noun. Ikimashita, went, a polite way of saying went. Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. So okaa-san wa doko desu ka? Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. And you probably didn't even have to do the haha wa because it's kaimono ni ikimashita. Okay, so example number 2 from Kimu-san. Italia ryori wo, so Italian cooking or Italian food, or tebe ni, toward eating, ikimasen ka, won't you want to go? Now this ikimasen is a negative, and ka is kind of a polite way of asking as a suggestion, ikimasen ka. Don't you want to go to Italian restaurant? So Suzuki-san wa, sumimasen, I'm sorry, chotto, a little, onaka ga, my stomach, ippai desu, is full. Okay, so Italia ryori wo tebe ni ikimasen ka? Sumimasen, chotto, onaka ga ippai desu. So, but yeah, tebe ni ikimasen. So that's a stem. This is a good way of merging things. So tebe ni iku means to go eat. Tebe ni ikimasen, not to go eat. Tebe masen ikimasen ka. Don't you want to go eat? Don't you want to go eat? As a question. We do use the same thing in English. So here the question is actually being used as an invitation, just like how in English we say, won't you come in for a drink? Sumimasen is a polite way of apologizing. Slightly less formal is gomen nasai, while the casual version is gomen. So wait, sumimasen, gomen nasai, gomen. Alright, so we'll cover those sentences real quick and then come back to the lesson. Alright, so let's go here. Make sure Okasan wa doku desu ka? Preview.
お母さんはどこですか？母は買い物に行きました。
So this is the question marker. Alright. Okasan wa doku desu ka? Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita.
お母さんはどこですか？母は買い物に行きました。
Okasan wa doku desu ka? Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. Alright, let's type that out. Okay. Go and put the pad up. Let's come back here. Closer. Alright. Okay. Oka-san. Notice you do the san wa san. Oka-san wa doko desu ka? Doko desu ka? Alright. And haha wa no, it says ha ha ha, but haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. Okasan wa doku desu ka? Haha wa kaimono ni ikimashita. Next sentence.
イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？すみません。ちょっとお腹がいっぱいです。
So, イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？すみません。ちょっとお腹がいっぱいです。Okay.
イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？すみません。ちょっとお腹がいっぱいです。
イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？すみません。ちょっとお腹がいっぱいです。You know, and it does kind of, you kind of like, because you're making apologies or something, you do kind of like, you know, say it out a little bit slowly sometimes. Okay. イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？イタリア料理を食べに行きませんか？ Okay. すみません。お腹ちょっとお腹がI'm sorry お腹がいっぱいです。So すみません。ちょっとお腹がいっぱいです。Alright, that's for that. Next sentence.
こんなのを本当に食べるか？
Okay. Next part of it. All right. So that was a question marker in polite speech. Now we're going to do the question marker in casual speak. Konna, honto, taberu, sona. All right. It makes sense to conclude that the question marker would work in exactly the same way in casual speech as it does in polite speech. However, this is not the case. The question marker is usually not used with casual speech to make actual questions. All right. This is something you want to pay attention to. It is often used to consider whether something is true or not. Depending on the context and intonation, it can also be used to make a rhetorical question or to even express sarcasm or a complete insult. I'll even add that part. It can sound quite rough, so you might want to be careful about using ka for questions in the casual playing form. Definitely if you end a sentence in a verb, a casual verb like taberu, and a ka, taberu ka, it sounds rude. Definitely don't use shiru and ka, because that is a flat-out insulting, or an insult. Okay, so some examples here. Konna no o, so this sort of thing, honto ni, really, taberu ka, really eat this sort of thing. Do you think he will really eat this type of thing? Okay. Sonna no o, that thing. As for that thing, aruka. Do I look like I would have something like that? Aruka yo. Is there something exists? Sonna no wa aruka yo. So something like that, would I have? Aru is in this case is being used as a possession. Aruka yo. Would I have something like that? So instead of ka, the real questions in casual speech are usually marked with the explanatory no particle or nothing at all except a rise in intonation, as we've already seen in previous sections. So right here, こんなのを本当に食べる? And then the 食べる? Are you really going to eat something like that? And then そんなのはあるの? Like, do you have そんなのはあるの? Do you have something like that? Alright, so those are the example sentences. And there's a lot more to it, a lot more examples in that, but you'll probably see those when you get into the Dictionary Basic Japanese language, Dictionary Basic Japanese Grammar courses in the courses 13, 14, 15, and 16. Okay, and also you'll be seeing these in example sentences in vocabulary. Okay. Okay, so now right here, this is how I'm asking. It's like, do you think he or she would really eat? It's rough speech. That means it's saying it ends with the ka. So.
こんなのを本当に食べるか?
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 こんなのを本当に食べるか? Rough speech. Let's write that out. こんなのを本当に食べるか? こんなのを本当に食べるか? Would they really eat that? Would he really eat that same thing? Okay.
そんなのはあるかよ。
そんなのはあるかよ。
そんなのはあるかよ?
そんなのはあるかよ? And almost like almost sarcastic in that way. そんなのは Okay. そんなのはある exist, or in this case it's possess. It's that type of あるかよ. In this case right there. あるかよ. So it's not a question, it's more of a statement. In this game, yeah. あるかよ. Well, would I really have that sort of thing?
こんなのを本当に食べる?
こんなの本当に Now in this case the rising intonation is implied because now we're using a question mark here. And this is becoming more and more common in Japanese anyway, but this helps for written words or written speech or written text, and it helps remove ambiguity. こんなのを本当に食べる? Are you really going to eat something like that? Okay.
こんなのを本当に食べる?
こんなのを本当に食べる? こんなのを本当に食べる? こんなのを本当に食べる? And again, a rising intonation.
そんなのはあるの?
そんなのはあるの? And basically, like, maybe you're describing about a toy at a toy store, and you're asking the clerk, そんなのはあるの?
そんなのはあるの?
そんなのはあるの? Or maybe you're at a friend's house and wondering, do they have, a type of eating utensil? Who knows? そんなのはあるの? そんな that sort of thing. のはそんなのはあるの? And this again, this is ある as in possess, or it could be exist as well, but I think this is more of the possessive type thing. Okay.
昨日何を食べたか忘れた.
Alright, now we're on to the next part. Alright, now, just as we can have declarative relative clauses, things that describe something else, sentence parts that describe a noun or even adjective verbs. Now we're going to get into the ka in relative clauses, where this question phrase can be now used to can be discussed about. So here we go, ka used in relative clauses. We already covered this all the way down to shiru, do shieru, okay. Okay. Another use of the question marker is simply grammatical and has nothing to do with politeness. A question marker attached to the end of a relative clause or an extended sentence unit makes a mini question inside a larger sentence. This allows the speaker to talk about the question itself. For example, you can talk about the question, what did I eat today? In the following examples, the question that is being considered is in red. Alright, or this could be the extended sentence. It says, 昨日何を食べたか? So let's say you ask somebody that. 昨日何を食べましたか? Something like that. That was saying, what did you eat yesterday? Now in this case, so you're thinking about it. 昨日何を食べたか? What I ate yesterday. 忘れた, forgot. 昨日何を食べたか? Again, what I ate yesterday. 昨日何を食べた? ate? Ka, question. So, what I ate yesterday, since it's the 90 thing. Wasareta, forgot. Kare wa, as for him. So, nani o ita ka, or nani o imashita ka? So, in other words, what was said? What was said in this case? Nani o imashita ka? What did you say? You could say. But in this case, it's saying nani o ita ka, about what was said. What was said? Kare wa, what was said, wakaranai, I don't know. So, as for him, what he said, I don't understand. Or do you understand? Wakaranai. Don't understand what he said. So, wakaranai. Don't understand. So, kare wa wakaranai, I don't understand him. So, kare wa, as for him, nani o ita ka, what he said, I don't understand. Which makes much more sense. Now we have is, sensei ga, sensei is the one, gakko ni, to school, itaka, did go to school. So did sensei go to school? Now in this case, oshienai, won't you teach? Oshienai, won't you teach? Oshiete kurimasen ka, something like that. But sensei ga gakko ni itaka, oshienai, won't you inform me whether teacher went to school? Okay. Now, in sentences like example 3, where the question being considered is a yes-no answer, it is common but not necessary to attach douka, yes or no. For yes or no questions. This is a very roughly equivalent of saying whether or not. You can also include the alternative as well to mean the exact same thing. So here's an easier one. Here's a not so easy version of it. So sensei ga gakko ni itaka. So this whole thing there we already covered. And then we're going to add the doka. So, ita kadoka. So basically it's kadoka, yes or no. Shiranai, yes or no. So remember, remember instead of kadoka. So, sensei ga gakko ni ita kadoka. Shiranai. Don't know whether or not teacher went to school. And it could be, oshienai, won't you teach me? Yes or no. Sensei ga gakko ni ita ka ikanakatta ka. So did go, didn't go. Both those are questions. Shiranai, didn't know whether teacher went to school or didn't go to school. Then kadoka is more whether or not. All right, let's cover those example sentences. It's a little more complicated, but so kino, yesterday. Nani o, what? Tabata ka, what did you eat yesterday? What you ate yesterday? Forgot. Wasareta.
昨日何を食べたか忘れた。
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 昨日何を食べたか忘れた。That's again where you get into practice of what is being asked. So it's not kino wasareta, about yesterday, forgot. But what did you forget about yesterday? Nani o tabeta ka, what I ate yesterday, I forgot. What I ate. This looks different. Yeah. Okay, so let's type that out. Kino nani o tabeta ka wasareta. Wasureru, wasareta. 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 Okay. Kino nani o tabeta ka wasareta. Okay. Let's go to the next sentence.
彼は何を言ったかわからない。
彼は何を言ったかわからない。Don't understand.
彼は何を言ったかわからない。
彼は何を言ったかわからない。That's weird. I should. Yeah, okay. Let me go and edit that real quick. No big deal. Right about. Come here. Yeah, we're in there. Wakaranai. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's write that out. So, 彼は何を言ったかわからない。彼は何を言ったかわからない。
先生が学校に行ったか教えない
So Oshienai, won't you inform me? That's Oshienai there. That's what that's playing. And then whether teacher went to school. If, or sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka oshienai. Let's do that. Oh, sorry.
先生が
先生が学校に行ったか教えない
Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka oshienai. All right, let's do that. So sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka gakkou ni itta ka oshieru or enai oshienai. Oh, sorry. Oshienai. All right. Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka oshienai.
先生が学校に行ったかどうか知らない
And here's a kadoka, and that's a good way. And again, for yes or no. So, sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka do ka shiranai? Yes or no?
先生が学校に行ったかどうか知らない
Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka do ka shiranai? So you wouldn't do ita ka do ka tabeta. Tabeta ka do ka. I guess whether or not you ate. That would be whether or not you ate or something. Alright. Guess it makes sense. Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka do ka shiranai. Okay, so sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka do ka shiranai. I don't know whether or not the teacher went. Or he also just says a question. Shiranai? Shirimasen ka? Don't you know? Do you know if? So it depends on how you want to apply it. Okay. And, sorry.
先生が学校に行ったか行かなかったか知らない
Now you've seen this, I wrote the sentence out to whether teacher went to school or didn't go to school. So that means this is going to be a lot longer. So, sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka ikanakatta ka shiranai.
先生が学校に行ったか行かなかったか知らない
Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka ikanakatta ka shiranai. Alright. Again, it's just so it's making a statement, but it's about statement whether went to school or didn't go to school. Okay. Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka ikanakatta ka shiranai. Sensei ga gakkou ni itta ka ikanakatta ka shiranai. Next.
誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部食べた
Dareka oishii cookie o. Alright, so we're approaching the hour mark here. Alright, next part. Now, using question words. Alright, so question words. This is going to be really important. The who, what, when, where, why. Who, what, when, where. Those are question words. It doesn't look like they're saying this. Alright. While we're on the topic of questions, this is a good time to go over question words. Who, where, what, when, why, how, and what they mean in various contexts. So, this is where it's going to be kind of good to probably create charts. So here you got essentially, I want to say 6 or so question words. There's dono, dore. In fact, let me go and break out the chart here. So just like there's pronouns, those are also the question word equivalents. So just like there's kore, then there's dore. Kore is this or that, then there's which. So dore. Then there's here and there, koko, soko, asoko. Then there's where, doko. So we got dore, doko. And then we have kochira and kochi for this way. And then sochira and sochi for that way. So we have dochi, which way, or dochira, which way, dochira, which. And it could also be like a selection or method. And we have kono, dono, so we have, or kono, sono, so we have dono. We have konna, sonna, so we have donna. Then we have manner, ko, so, do, manner, or way. So I think there's really more than this. So there's dare, so that's who, or some, that's who. This is what, who, what, when, where. Dore, which is way. There's also more than this. There's other question words. There's about, I want to say about 15 or so question words. And each of those question words change meanings when you add a particle to it. So in this case, we're adding the particle ka. So we have dare who ka. That means dareka means someone. Nani, what? Nanika, something. Itsu, when. Itsuka, sometime. Doko, where. Dokoka, somewhere. Dore, kore dore. This, that, from some or something. Well, which. So doreka. In fact, here it is the so we have dore is which. So doreka, which one of any, out of one of many, out of a certain one from many. Doreka. Some examples using this, and you're going to see here. We're going to cover mo and demo. And there's some others as well, like ni. Okay, some examples using ka. As you can see from the example sentences, you can treat these words as like any other regular nouns. But again, these are pronouns, basically. So, dareka, someone. Dareka ga, someone. Oishi cookie, delicious cookies. Zenbu tabeta, ate entirely. Dareka ga oishi cookie o zenbu tabeta. Then we have is dare ga. Dare ga, who. So remember, dare is who. Dare ga nusunda no ka, stole, whether or not stole, or who. Dareka, someone. Shirimasen ka, doesn't someone know who stole it? Alright, doesn't anybody know who stole it? So, dareka nusunda no ka. Dareka shirimasen ka. Okay. Hani no, the criminal. Dokoka de, where, somewhere. Mimashita ka, seen. Did you see the criminal somewhere? So, hani no, dokoka de, mimashita ka. Konna nakakara, so from this, from inside, konna nakakara, doreka, one of many o, doreka o erabu no. Now, doreka means out more than two. Dochita is like one or the other. Dochita means out of one or two. And then dochiraka, and then dochiraka would say, but doreka means three or more. It usually means out of three or more. Let's make sure one of many. Which of three or more? Dore, which of three or more? Yeah, it is like if you had sore, okay, kore, sore, are. So which is be out of three or more. Dochira would be if it's only two choices, or dochi if you had two choices. Dochika, dochiraka. That's complicated. This is one of those where create a chart. I think it's best if you, in fact, do it here. Let me show you real quick. Let me just stop right here, go to the page. That is page 600. So in that case, 194? 294? 294? Something like that. Okay. So ko so do. So it's one at the bottom here. Dore, doko, dore where. So dore ka, which out of three. Something out of three. Some choice. One out of at least three. Doko, doka ka, somewhere. Dochi, dochika, two choices. Dono, this, donoka, donaka, doka. How? Remember how like doka. How or one way or the other. This way, like this or like that, so yes or no, doka. It gets confusing, a little confusing, but with practice, again, it starts making a bit more sense on how the questions get asked. Let me go back. Here are the example sentences we already covered, so here we go. So, dareka ga, someone, oishi kuki o zenbu tabeta. Dareka ga.
誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部食べた。
誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部食べた。
誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部食べた。Someone. So, 誰かが。Yeah, so 誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部 entirely 食べた。ate. 誰かが美味しいクッキーを全部食べた。Next.
誰が盗んだのか、誰か知りませんか。
誰が who 盗んだのか that stole something. Who had stolen something. 誰か someone 知りませんか doesn't know. Does anyone not know? Does anyone not know who stole it? Something like that. Yeah. Alright, so Here we go.
誰が
誰が盗んだのか、誰か知りませんか。
誰が盗んだのか、誰か知りませんか。そう、誰が盗んだのか、誰か知りませんか。誰が盗んだのか、誰か知りませんか。
犯人をどこかで見ましたか。
犯人をどこかで見ましたか。
犯人
をどこかで見ましたか。
So 犯人を the criminal どこかで somewhere 見ましたか was seen. Did you see the criminal somewhere? Did see. Sees, did see. Alright, let's write it out. 犯人をどこかで somewhere 見ましたか did see 見ましたか犯人をどこかで見ましたか。
この中からどれかを選ぶの。
Selection この中から from among these どれかを、a certain one of many 選ぶの。どれか is one of many どれかを選ぶの。
この中からどれかを選ぶの。
この中からどれかを選ぶの。どれか one of many どれか。 OK この中からどれかを選ぶの。OK excited for that sample.
この質問の答えは誰も知らない。
Okay, now we get to add mo in demo. Okay, now that was the using question words that turns it into something or someone, or basically it's out of many, one out of many, but you don't know any particular someone. There's out of all the people someone knows, out of all the things something nanika, out of all the times dokuka or itsuka, out of all the places there's some place dokuka. That's kind of how you need to understand it. All right, now we have question words with the inclusive meaning, namely of dare, who, dare mo, anyone. And this is going to be anyway, so here's some things. All right, this could be everyone or nowhere, depends on the situation. Okay, the same question words in the chart above can be combined with mo in a negative sentence to mean nobody, dare mo, nothing, nani mo, nowhere, dokomo, etc. Now, dare mo and nanimo are primarily used for negative sentences. Curiously, there's no way to say everything with question words. So we have other pronouns for that. So we have everyone, and we can have the everything and everyone. Let's see, daremo, anyone. That should be anyone. Whereas mina is everyone. Curiously, no way to say everything with question marks. Instead, it's conventional use of words like zenbu. Although daremo can sometimes be used to mean everybody, it is customary to use minna, or minasan. Alright, so for everything, zenbu. For everyone, minna. Alright, now yeah, daremo could mean everyone, nanimo could mean everything. But in this case, those are primarily for the negatives. Alright, negative, so that means nothing. Kind of like dokomo could mean, but dokomo with the negative could mean nowhere. The remaining three words, itsu, mo, so when, always, itsumo, doremo, any and all, and dokomo, everywhere, can be used with both negative and positive sentences. Alright, so daremo can mean everybody or nobody. In this case, so it's most likely going to be nobody. Nanimo, nothing, negative only. And daremo, again, just assume it's going to be nobody, especially when used with the negative. Itsumo, always. Everywhere, dokomo. And doremo, any and all. Dore, so which, dore, out of three or more. In this case, doremo, any and all of them. So it includes each and every one of them. So dare, who, Daremo, all whose. Nanimo, all things. Itsumo, all times, always. Dokumo, all places, everywhere. Some examples. Kono shitsumon no. So this question's no kotae wa. This question's answer. Daremo, no one, shiranai. Nobody knows the answer to the question. Kono shitsumon no kotae wa daremo shiranai. Okay. Tomodachi wa, friend. Friend. Itsumo, always. Okureru, late. Tomodachi wa itsumo okureru. Friend is always late. Koku ni, here. Aru, exists. Restaurant wa, restaurants. Doremo, all of them. Oishikunai is not. Any and all are not tasty. Oishikunai. Doremo, any and all. Koku ni aru restaurant wa doremo oishikunai. Any and all restaurants that are here are not tasty. Konshumatsu wa, this weekend. Doko ni mo. Now here you notice the ni, because now it's saying dokumo everywhere. In this case we're using ni. Yeah, it's going to express it here. Grammatically, this mo is the same particle, topic particle as mo, the target particle ni must go before the particle here. Doku ni mo. Doku ni mo ikanakatta. Went nowhere this weekend. So because it was a target of this ikanai or iku. If it's not a target, just talking about the location of something, then yeah, it would be dokumo. Dokunimo means you're going anywhere. You happen to be going somewhere or coming from somewhere. Anywhere. Dokunimo. Dokumo, dokunimo. Alright, let's go over those example sentences. And again, the main purpose of the idea here. Read a lot of Japanese, start seeing these sentences. When you see it, try to look down and try to understand it. If I have to look for translations, go for that as well.
この質問の答えは誰も知らない。
この質問の答えは誰も知らない。誰も no one knows. No, 誰も知らない。
この質問の答えは誰も知らない。
この質問の答えは誰も知らない。Let's write it down. この質問の答えは誰も知らない。OK、この質問の答えは誰も知らない。
友達はいつも遅れる。
友達はいつも遅れる。遅れる。Now, 遅れた。Yeah, 遅れる。
友達はいつも遅れる。
友達はいつも遅れる。As for friend, いつも always. いつ when. いつでも always. All time. What time? いつ what time? いつも all times. いつも always. I guess that's a good way we should do it. Like ka is would be some. So dare, who, dare ka, some who, so someone. Itsu when, itsuka sometime. What time? So itsu is what time? Or when, sometime. Itsuka sometime. If that'll help. Doko, where, dokuka somewhere. And then this is mo, dokomo, anywhere. So this mo will be any, ka will be something. Alright.
友達はいつも遅れる。
友達はいつも遅れる。友達はいつも遅れる。友達はいつも遅れる。
ここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。
ここにあるレストランはここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。Any and all.
ここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。
Remember, どれ which out of many, どれも all out of many. So it would be which out of many, all out of many. どれか which out of many, something, some out of many, or some, or any all, something. Some out of many, something out of many.
ここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。
ここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。ここにあるレストランはどれも もおいしくない美味しくない OK ここにあるレストランはどれも美味しくない。
今週末はどこにも行かなかった。
Again, because we have to use the ni because we're doing a target here. But okay, 今週末は this weekend どこにも、anywhere to anywhere 行かなかった didn't go, so didn't go anywhere. So in this case, anywhere in this case nowhere because it was used with a negative. So どこも if a positive anywhere 行かなかった since negative nowhere. Alrighty. 今週末はどこにも行かなかった。今週末はどこにも行かなかった。
この質問の答えは誰でもわかる。
Make sure. Yeah. この質問の答えは誰でも。We're doing demo? Okay, we're doing going up that section. Alright, so that means, could mean all or none. All or none. Okay, daremo ini. All of them. That's mo. Daremo, no one. Itsumo, at no time, always or never. It can be always or never. Itsumo? Okay. Doremo, any or nothing. All things, everywhere, any and all. Doko ni mo, none. Alright, now we have, is this one to mean any? So we have difference between all and any. The same question words can be defined with demo, but in this case, and it can be used to mean roughly any. One thing to be careful about is non-demo is read as, this right here, it's not nani demo, it's non-demo. It's read as non-demo, not nani demo. Alright, so here we have is dare, who, dare demo, anybody. Dare demo, who cares, anyone but, anybody. So, who, any who's, anybody. Nani, or non, what. Or non-demo, any what's will do, anything will do. Non-demo. Itsu, when. Itsu demo, anytime. Any wins. Doko, where. Doko demo, anywhere. Now doko mo, everywhere. Doko demo, anywhere. Anywhere is okay, I don't care. It's like demo, who cares? Dare, who cares? Who cares here? Anywho, anything, any what. Or anytime, anywhere. Any when, anywhere. And any which. Dore, which out of 3 or more? What out of 3 or more? Any out of 3 or more, or any out of 3 or more, whichever. Alright, so that's the way you can look at that as a chart and how they're kind of approaching it. So we have a question words: who, what, when, where, why, or where. Who, what, when, where. Who, what, when, where. Say who, what, when, where, which. Okay, which. There's also why and there's why and how, but okay, none there. Okay. Who, what, when, where. Should be why and how, but, and, okay. So here's some examples. So, この質問の答えは, as for the answer to this question, 誰でも anyone わかる. Anyone understands this question. Not everyone, anyone. 誰も mean everyone, but anyone. It can suggest that anyone can, not that anyone does, just that anyone has the ability わかる. Anyone understands the answer to this question. 昼ご飯は, as for lunch, or about lunch. どこでも anywhere いいです anywhere is good あの人は as for that person 本当に really 何でも anything 食べる eats あの人は本当に何でも食べる that person really eats anything 昼ご飯はどこでもいいですか about lunch anywhere is good この質問の答えは、誰でもわかる anybody as for the answer to this question anybody understands it. Alright, let's go with it.
この質問の答えは誰でもわかる。
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 この質問の答えは誰でもわかる。Okay. この質問 の答えは誰でも。Now you can say 誰も no one わからない or 誰もわかる everyone understands. And this one's anyone, not everyone, but anyone. 誰でもいいはずなのにわかる。Oh, sorry. わかる。OK。この質問の答えは誰でもわかる。
昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。
どこでもいいです。昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。どこでもいいです。
昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。
昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。About lunch. Okay, so 昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。Okay, 昼ご飯はどこでもいいです。Alright, good. Let's keep going.
あの人は本当に何でも食べる。
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 あの人は本当に何でも食べる。Okay, as that person. Really. 本当に。What that's a word in it? So yeah, 本当に. Really, truly. 本当に. It's like an adverb. When you add the ni, it becomes a. So more like 本当に食べる. Really eats. And then the non-demo. So this is actually describing not the well, I guess non-demo is an adverb. I guess it could be 本当に何でも食べる. It's actually describing this whole phrase here. Okay. あの人は何でも remember 何でも本当に何でも食べる So it's not 何でも何でも本当に何でもあの人は本当に何でも食べる Alright, that's it. That took about 40 minutes or so to cover. Probably a little longer than that, but it's alright. Because let's see, it started at, alright, so let's see, I started this at 57 minutes. Into it is now an hour 12, so that's 1 hour 15 minutes. So about 30 minutes, 25 minutes for the vocabulary, and so 50 minutes for the lesson. Alright, so there you go. Hopefully we're taking good, and so again, if you enjoy that video, consider giving it a thumbs up and whatnot. And again, if you haven't already, if you find these are fun, consider subscribing. Okay, so that is it for the me doing the recorded lesson portion of this stream. From here on out, it's going to go into my self-study stream. So that means I'm going to be going over some reviews first, and hopefully, if I get a chance, roll right into. Let's see. Yeah, I'll roll right into my my lesson that I need to get into anyway. All right. Because yeah, since Monday, I don't think I've done another lesson. I'm not sure. Let's see. The 19th was when I just did DJ 34. Yeah, I've been catching up. Had a lot of questions that we're doing catch up on. All right, so now that's done. Let's see, close this out. Go to the. Let's see what reviews have popped back up. Got about an hour or two left. My my spouse should be coming in. Now, why am I got the floor turned on? I tell you what. All right, I tell you what. Let me go and close the windows. Got the floor heater on anyway. Starting to cloud over and get a little chilly. Yeah, that's wow. Okay, feeling a headache in the back of my head. That's not good. That's related. Wow. All right, cool. But yeah, it's still a pretty day and whatnot. Yeah. Alright, so I got some people asking. I had one lady, she was asking, or I think it's a lady, she was asking a question. Let's see what that was about real quick. Well, I feel it would make more sense because learning kanji meaning is okay to me, but if I can't read them, what use are they going to do for me? Or that's how I think. Okay, look, okay. Learn the kanji in bulk for meaning and recognition. You then use that knowledge to learn how Japanese use kanji in their vocabulary. Okay. That's why I sort the vocabulary course SGJL 05 by kanji. It's a divide and conquer approach I found worked quite well. I and others. And others. Okay. And again, I get that a lot of people, and this is probably a guy, whatnot, Tyrell, using a, it was using a female avatar. But anyway, the idea is like, again, you got people who are kind of second guessing the material presented. It's like, okay, if you, the way I kind of live with it is like, look, I'm not going to try to bend your arm. If you're going to do what you're going to do, so it's like, look, I'm offering a suggestion. I'm not going to try to convince you. All right, I'm past that point anymore. I might offer some explanation and reasonings, but I'm not going to really sweat if you decide, oh, I'm not want to do it like the way Nuke Marine says to do it. Okay, fine. I mean, people have done it for thousands or hundreds or thousands of years, different ways, and learned the language is fine, give or take. I mean, the written language didn't exist for 1,000 years or till about 1,000 years ago, so you got there. Yeah, people have been learning it in college and all the ways where they learn the kanji. As soon as they learn a word, they learn the kanji goes with it. That works just as well. They're just, for a lot of people, what they've done is, though, they limit it just on visual, which I think they set themselves up for failure for that. Once they get to a point where there's this too many kanji, they don't have the mechanism in place to distinguish them, and that happens when they get up to the 300 or so count. Again, it's unfortunately you get a false sense of security in the early parts, because you can learn really fast and early on, but when the vocabulary, because again, to be good in a language, you just have to have such a large passive vocabulary. That's where things start. That's when it's when the metal hits the road, or when the rubber hits the road. It's that's when you start appreciating the ability to distinguish kanji. And some people just don't pick that habit up because they don't study it like primitives and like purposely realize that these are the differences between similar looking kanji. Okay, that was here, there. Let's see what's happening here. Looks like nothing. Looks like nothing new popped up. Let's see, nobody's talking. All right, looks like since this is done, I'll close this off. So that was lesson. How many lessons is that now? Well, lessons 3. All right, so I got 7 more lessons to cover, and I'm done with the whole special videos. I'm just back into this learning normally, which is good. I was going to do stroke order on this for some reason. Stroke order. I'm trying to remember something. Yeah, okay, I thought it was. It's the back, then the hook. All right, good. Looks like there's nothing new here. Let's look at there. Refresh here. I might go and get some more coffee and water. What do we got? Come on. Open a new tab. Let's see what they're talking about. Alright, so what's new? Is Tofugu a good learning resource? I think so. I think a guy at Wani Kani is a Tofugu site, right? What are the most used grammatical forms to link sentences to one another to make bigger, complete? Oh, that's usually either te is one way, or ga, or kiddo. I don't know why they're asking that. You would know it anyway. And you want to connect. You don't want to just combine a sentence because it was combined in English. You want to combine it because that's the normal way to do it in Japanese, because the way the two sentences compare to each other. Let's see, nothing, looks like nothing new is here. Let's see. Casa. Yeah. Okay. Alright, that makes sense. That was just a... Alright, let's see what we got. Come on, now what? Alright, that's good. to learn Japanese. Yes, I'm doing this kind of sarcastically. Okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes what happened was somebody in this thread mentioned my username, so that's why I knew about the thread. Whatnot. Who was it? It was what was it? There it is. Yeah, it was this thread here. Yeah, this guy mentioned my username, and so it got me like, oh, okay, that's what they're talking about. Whatnot. Usually I just let. I did post one thing in learn in the Japan Circle Jerk, but for the most part, I just let them be because I don't know what usually the way they talk, because I don't really like some of the way they comment about things, even if they're doing it in a joking manner. It doesn't sit well with me on a few things. And that's fine. It's just something I won't do, and let them have their fun as long as they don't leak out into the community as a whole. And don't use the way they talk to each other on that subreddit. Bring that negativity and caustic attitude into other threads, other subreddits. That's not a good thing. Especially for Learn Japanese, is supposed to be a more positive community. So again, if it's you can say if someone's like asking too many stupid questions, you can point out, it's like, look, you're asking way too many questions for this thing. You need to maybe actually get into a book. All right, this answering individual questions is not going to be the answer right now. That could be but again, you're already encouraging them to learn it. But just say, hey, look, learn in a different manner, and don't just say, hey, point to here and say, here, just read rule number 1, starter guide, and then that's it. It's like try to guide them and hold their hand, because again, even the starter guide is not that great for the subreddit. Okay, so it doesn't look like anything new is here. That was good. All right, we'll leave that be, and there was nothing there. Okay, I guess. Well, shoot, and let me save this. Wow, 476 sentences I've typed in so far. I guess that could be a fun thing, instead of writing out by hand, just typing it out and save it, and then over time you got this entire weird-ass collection of sentences that from all your various learning resources, if that's a thing you're going to do. That's if it's a thing you want to do. And I'm thinking of doing it for my dramas as well, but not every sentence in the drama, just the one. I think like I said, if by hearing that line I can't understand what they're saying, that's a good line to start, like put some effort into. Anyway, that's the idea. Anyway, let's keep going. How are we doing? So we got 3, 3, 19, 1 in that. All right. So let me just do the review first, and then we're going into Take Hymns, lesson 42. All right, cool. All right, so I'll probably do either Take Hymn. If I got time over in an hour, I'll also do the dictionary entries. These should be very short. All right, let's do this. 42. And I'm getting tired of wearing these earphones. I feel like but if I don't wear the earphones, you're going to be hearing it's going to sound like a double sound. Like you'll hear the audio from the computer, but also hear the audio over the speakers. I'm kind of worried about that. All right, let's do it. All right, so we just kind of covered this. So this is dore.
Dore.
Dore. And if it's of 2, it's dochira or dochi. Okay? All right. Dochi, well, that's what way. Dochira. Dore. Okay. Kawaku. All right, but kana only.
乾く
Kawaku. Pato. And let me edit this real quick. Okay. Pato. All right. Work not. No, the arubaito. Do baito. Not baito. Not baito. Alright, we're just going to do loan word. Okay. Part-time, not baito or autobaito. So it's baito and autobaito. So I'm just trying to do it. So it's got to be pato. That's fine. Okay. Pato.
パート、
Pato. Okay, that's good. Come on. Really? Oh God, don't tell me it's doing that again. Oh, okay. Ooh. Okay. Throw away. Naga to throw. I know it's nageru. Nageru. It's that one there. Let me go and do edit. I feel like to cast. To throw, to cast away. To throw. Oh, I know what I can do. I can do like to throw something. That's there we go. Okay. Throw something. Okay.
投げる、
投げる。似てる。似てる。似ている。
似ている、
似ている。帰る。帰り。
帰り、
帰り。似ている。
似ている、
Okay. Alright, cool. Let me answer a lady's question real quick. Alright, switch for recommendation. Those 155 kanji count for 75% frequency use. So a lot of bang for your buck. It does take time. Okay. Cool. Alrighty, let's keep going. Let's see, 19 here. 1 and 16. Alright, sounds good. Let's do it. Keep going. Is there bucho or kacho? Bucho.
部長、
Bucho. Yasumu.
休む、
Yasumu. Nankai.
何回、
Nankai. Meeting or kaigi also. Kaigi.
会議、
Kaigi. Aku.
開く、
Aku. Poriji.
ポリチ、
Poriji. Minna. Aruyuru. I was thinking of Mina, but it's like all persons, but yeah, I guess.
あらゆる、
Aruyuru. Hataraku.
働く、
Hataraku. I just realized something. Let me do an edit real quick. Okay, normally I have these things appearing, so save, 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 save. Okay. Okay. 廊下。
廊下
廊下。早い。
早い、
早い。Okay, next. Good. パッケージ。
パッケージ、
パッケージ。光。
光
光。超える。Really? They didn't have that. 超える。
超える、
超える。不可能。There's also 無理 but 不可能。
不可能、
不可能。レシート。In this case, so it's領収書 something like that. 領収書。
領収書、
領収書。来年入学するのはするってトモコのこと？来年入学するってトモコのこと？
来年留学するってともこのこと？
やつ。あいつ。あいつ。
あいつ、
あいつ。含む。含む。
含む、
含む。っていうか、もう借りないとダメです。ダメですけど。っていうか、もう借りないとダメですけど。What? っていうっていう。God.
っていうか、もう帰らないとダメだ。
Mother. っていうか。
っていうか、もう帰らないとダ
I
メで
guess I
すけど。
deserve that, but okay. っていうか。
っていうか、もう帰らないとダメですけど。
Alright. Well, such is life. Alright, let me go see what this lady was saying. I've been doing 2 to 3 sets of 15 a day since I usually have a fair amount of time, so if I can't remember them well, I'll slow down at some point. Some have a lot of strokes, so they're a bit harder to remember. Well, it's less about strokes and, you know, relevant and more about the primitives, radicals, locations. Okay. What do we got? I'm gonna do one here. This is the one I missed yesterday, wasn't it? Was it a fair miss? Ah, yeah. Sumaru.
つまる、
Sumaru. Oh, you better watch out. You better not cry. Better not pout. I'm telling you why. Santa Claus is coming to town. I should go get coffee. He's making all. You know what? Let me go get coffee. What did I have? Yeah. Let me. It'll be real quick. I just want to go get coffee. I'm not taking a break yet. Or maybe I should. I'll tell you what. We'll do it that way. Let me finish up the reviews. I'll do a quick break and take like a 4-minute break again. Okay. Okay. 僕のケーキは父さんに食べられた。僕はケーキをお父さんに弟に僕は弟にケーキを食べられた。Something like that. 私は弟にケーキを食べられた。
私は弟にケーキを食べられました。
私は弟にケーキを食べられました。父は娘にピアノを習ってさせた。習わせた。OK。父は妹にピアノを習わせた。
父は妹にピアノを習わせました。
父は妹にピアノを習わせました。この建物は2年前建てられた。このビルは2年前に建てられた。
このビルは2年前に建てられた。
このビルは2年前に建てられた。林先生は日本の大学に話せられた。話せられまね。Okay. 林先生は日本の大学のことを話された。
林先生は日本の大学のことを話された。
林先生は日本の大学のことを話された。ジェーンはフレッドにアパートに夜遅くパートにくれた。生きられる。くれました。くれられた。ジェーンはフレッドに夜遅くアパートに来られた。
ジェーンはフレッドに夜遅くアパートに来られた。
ジェーンはフレッドに夜遅くアパートに来られた。私はミルクを壊れさせた。壊らせた。凍える。OK。私は冷蔵庫でミルクを凍らせた。
私は冷蔵庫でミルクを凍らせた。
私は冷蔵庫でミルクを凍らせた。私は不作にOK。久子は私に私は久子に困らせた。Yeah. So, Oh, made. Okay, I was wrong. That was困らさせた。困らさ 困らせた、困らせられた、困らせられた。久子は私を困らせた、困らせた。
久子は私を困らせた。
久子は私を困らせた。私はジムに待たせようと思った。このゲームはジムに待たせようと思った。私はこのゲームは私がジムに、このゲームは私に待たせようと思った。待たせよう。
このゲームはジムに勝たせようと思う。
勝たせよう。このゲームはジムに勝たせようと思った。出版された。この本はアメリカで出版された。1965年に出版された。アメリカに、should be アメリカに。アメリカで。OK。この本は1964年にアメリカで出版された。
この本は1965年にアメリカで出版された。
この本は1965年にアメリカで出版された。アンダーソンさんは子供たちに好きなだけアイスクリームを食べさせた。アンダーソンさんは子供たちに好きなだけアイスクリームを食べさせた。
アンダーソンさんは子供たちに好きなだけアイスクリームを食べさせた。
アンダーソンさんは子供たちにアイスクリームを好きなだけ食べさせた。田中先生は日本に帰られました。帰らった。OK。田中先生は日本へ帰られた。
田中先生は日本へ帰られた。
田中先生は日本へ帰られた。原田さんは奥さんに高いコートを買われた。原田さんは奥さんに高いコートを買われた。
原田さんは奥さんに高いコートを買われた。
原田さんは奥さんに高いコートを買われた。友達は私にチップを食べさせた。払わせた。友達は私にチップを払わせた。
友達は私にチップを払わせた。
友達は私にチップを払わせた。鈴木さんは娘に大学に行かせた。鈴木さんは娘に大学へ行かせた。
鈴木さんは娘に大学へ行かせた。
鈴木さんは娘に大学へ行かせた。死なれた。奥さんが2年前。私は奥さん を奥さんに2年前死なれた。Sounds like it should be 奥さんを死なれた。私は2年前妻に死なれた。
私は2年前妻に死なれた。
奥さんに死なれた。一郎は花子に騙された。騙された。一郎は花子に騙された。
一郎は花子に騙されました。
一郎は花子に騙されました。Okay. Cool. All right, that looks like we're caught up. All right, so we're all caught up on reviews. I'm going to take a quick break. So let me do my thing here. I'm not going to worry about that. All right, cool. Okay, I might later, but okay, I can close this out. Okay, good. Let's play this real quick. All right, Tatsu. Where are we at? Right there.
立つ
Okay. All right, cool. We are finally caught up. All right, so after about a week or so, I'm finally going to be learning another new thing. Okay. Anyway, and again, I don't mind. I mean, what happened was, round about into December when I did the videos for the kanji. All right, that was 30 hours of time that I had to that I could have been dedicating to learning something new. Same thing with the videos I'm doing right now. It's going to be about roughly 2 hours, so it could be about 20 hours worth of material in which I'm recording and doing that. I'm not learning stuff. So again, all total right now, that's been 50 hours I dedicated to for video purposes that didn't go toward learning purposes of myself, my own personal learning process. All right, so that was an actual sacrifice. That was a trade-off, but I think in the long run it's going to be beneficial in that with those videos, the kanji videos and the videos for Take Him, people are going to actually get into, again, they're going to get into doing they're going to get into actually learning grammar a little bit better, at least using this method, because I don't think anyone's bothered. I mean, again, you have Take Him, he has made videos and he's doing that, but this is me going over the material which I'm going to, and also the format in which I'm going to have you study it and actually learn it and review it over time and actually get it internalized into you. And so that's more important. So, all right, so let's see. We're going to do TK, and it should be 42. All right, so let's bring that up. This is always a bad idea. Okay, so we're going to go here. All right, so it looks like, okay, I just got to go to here. Honorific. Oh, that's going to be fun. Alright, this is probably going to be a long, I don't know. Let me see. What is this looking like? Okay, 26 sentences. Alright, so I just got to do it. Alright, this is not going to be fun. But it is important. Because these are the, anyway, this is Tai Kim. Yeah, let's do it. In fact, let's go to groups. All right. Let's see. The time is now 2 hours, 54 minutes, 25 seconds. It is still the 25th. Let us continue. Hello, this is Nuke Marine presenting the suggested guide for Japanese literacy. So this is a course series on Memrise designed to take people in a self-study fashion to learn Japanese from basics and beginners to intermediate and even advanced. Alright, currently I am on course number 9, which is Take Him's Guide to Japanese Grammar. Now this course happens to cover the lessons, the last half of the lessons from Essential Grammar, and also the first 3 lessons in his Special Expressions section. I'm currently, this is on Special Expressions. No, I take that back. No, we're on 42. Yeah, so this is Special Expressions lesson number 2, which is called the honorific and humble forms. Previously, earlier in the week when I did this video, I'd already covered all the vocabulary, so now I'm going to be going into the lesson itself. The vocabulary took a long time, almost an hour in and of itself, because again it was fairly complicated. But yeah, we'll be going into this. Okay, honorific and humble form. So here we go. Japanese can be roughly separated into 3 levels of politeness. There is casual, there is polite, then there's honorific, humble. I usually say polite and formal. You kind of use those together, but so far we've already gone over the polite forms using mas and des. We will now cover the next level of politeness using honorific and humble forms. You will often hear this type of language in any customer type situation, such as fast food counters, restaurants, etc., or in stores like department stores. For now, the first thing to remember is that the speaker always considers himself or herself to be at the lowest level. So any actions performed by oneself are in a humble form, while actions performed by anyone else are seen from the view of the speaker as uses the honorific form. So you have 2 ways of saying to say, or to do, or to eat even. Okay, so we already kind of went over the expressions, and you're going to say honorific form of nasaru, a humble way of to do. So here we have 3 ways of saying to go, 3 ways of saying to do, 3 ways of saying to go, 3 ways of saying to exist. There's normal, humble, and honorific to exist, and also even to see. Again, we have miru, goran ni naru, and whatnot. So again, this can be in a chart or whatnot, and there's also in the Dictionary of Basic Japanese Grammar there is also a chart. So I think it'll probably be introduced. But anyway, there's a lot of vocabulary here. We already covered that. It took an hour, but here we go. The difficult part of learning honorific and humble language is that there are a number of words that have separate verbs for honorific and humble forms. Anything that does not have its own special expression fall under the general rules of humble and honorific conjugations that we'll be covering next. Honorific and humble verbs. Okay, so here we have is suru. So the honorific form is nasaru and the humble form is itasu. Then we have iku, to go. So we have honorific irasharu or irashaimase on oide ni naru. And then the humble form, mairu. Then kuru, irasharu oide ni naru. So same as to go. And then we have mairu for humble. Now we have iru, to exist. And the exist as a animate object. And then we have irasharu oide ni naru, same as iku and kuru, honorific form mentioned. Then oru for humble. Miru. Then we have godan ni naru, to see, and then heikensuru. We have kiku. There's apparently no honorific way of saying to listen. Probably it falls under the generic form then. And then ukagao, make sure to ask or to ukagao. Then we have you, to speak. Then we have osharu, honorific. Mosu, humble, or moshi ageru, humbly speak. Then we have ageru, to give. There's no honorific form of that because you're talking about yourself. Then sashi ageru, humble form of to give. Kureru is kind of like to give, but so that's kudasaru. So you notice right here, because this is from the listener or the other person's point of view, the non-speaker's point of view, then obviously that would be honorific. There can't be a humble form of that because this is not the again, this is assuming the giving from the impersonal point of view is. Anyway, that's the reason why these are absent, why they don't exist. All right, and then we have this modao. Obviously, there's no honorific form of that because, again, you're the only one receiving again, from the speaker's point of view. And so that's itadaku. Then taberu, itadaku for humble form. Meshiageru, to eat. Then nomu, meshiageru, to drink. And itadaku. Both these are the same. And then finally, shiteru, to know. So gozonji, yes. And then sonjiru for humble. Okay, probably you're not expected to memorize that. I feel like I might. It's in intermediate for a dictionary of basic Japanese grammar. It's in the intermediate section, so that's when I'm probably going to worry about that as much more. For right now, we'll just cover it and kind of power through it. I think this is more of an intermediate concept as opposed to needed to be done in the what's under the umbrella of basic Japanese. But you are going to be running into this into again into, as we're saying, stores. So it's how people are going to be talking to you. It doesn't mean you have to be talking back to them in the same manner. Alright, so honorific verbs with special conjugations. A number of these verbs do not follow the normal mas conjugation rules, and they include nasaru, irasharu, osharu, kudasaru, gozaru, which we'll soon cover. All mas form tenses of these verbs, instead of the ru becoming a ri, as it normally does with you verbs, it instead becomes an e. All other conjugations besides the mas form do not change the from regular you verbs. Okay, so here are some humble words: nasaru, irasharu, osharu, kudasaru, gozaru. Okay, where was gozaru? That's to exist. So gozaru to be or to exist. To be, make sure that's yeah, sort of like the iru. Nasaru is to do, humbly. Honorable. Osharu, honorable. Osharu, irasharu, honorable to come in. Osharu, honorable to speak. Kudasaru, honorable to give. And gozaru, honorable to be. Okay, so here instead of being gozarimasu, it's gozaimasu. Instead of kudasaru, instead of kudasarimasu, it's kudasaimasu. Osharu, it's oshaimasu, oshaimasu. And irasharu, irashaimasu. And nasaru, nasaimasu. Alright, I think I'll make a note on that. Alright, what I'll probably do then is this. I am making in here, just to go off point, I'm making right here, it's saying right here is humble. So what I'm probably going to do is include every one of those verbs in this chart. maybe. Basically that's what it's saying there, base word, and then how the conjugation is supposed to be working here. So maybe I should just cheat right there, whatnot. And then here it's saying here's the everything else is the same. But the only thing it's going to do is with the mas form, the formal mas. All right. Now with that said, let's keep going. Okay. Okay, nasaru. So again, it just is in the mas form. It just turns into an e. Nasai imashita, imashita, irashai imashita, kudasai imashita, nasai imashita. Past form. Negative. Nasai imasen, irashai masen, oshai masen, kudasai masen, gozai masen. Past negative for gozai masen deshita, irashai masen deshita, oshai masen deshita, kudasai masen deshita, gozai masen deshita. Okay. So that kind of makes it interesting in that, again, it's not a D, it turns into an E. So it turns into more like imas as opposed to, so I guess it's like iru and imas. Alright, so now we can now begin to see that kudasai is just a special conjugation of kudasaru. Kudasaimasu, kudasai, which is an honorific version of kuderu. So kuderu, kudasaru, kudasai, kudasaimasu. Also, nasai is the same way. Is nasaru, nasaimasu. Gomen nasai, gomen nasaimasu. Okay. Let's look at some actual examples. Since these examples are all questions directed directly to someone, the second person, they all use the honorific form. So, Arasa-san wa mou meshiagarimashita ka? So, meshiagaru, to eat. Meshiagarimashita, did eat. Mou, already. Meshiagarimashita ka? Did you already eat? Arasa-san wa mou meshiagarimashita ka? Okay. Shigoto de, at work, nani o, what? Nasate irun desu ka? Nasaimasu. Nasaru, nasaimasu. Nasate irun desu ka? Now that's different. Oh, because it wasn't. Now here it was like it wasn't put in the mas form, so it's a nasaru, nasate irun desu ka? What are you doing at work? Nasate irun desu ka? Sen sui kan, suisen jo o kaete kudasarun desu ka? Kudasa. Will you write a recommendation letter for me? Kudasaru, kudasarun desu ka? So here it's like kudasaru and nasateru. These are not. This is a little bit. It's a little like kudasaimasu, くださいますか？くださるんですか？推薦状を変えてくださるんですか？ Okay. どちらから which of these two いらっしゃいましたか？ Where did you come from? どちらからいらっしゃる come from like so to come いらっしゃる to come to go but in this case どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃいましたか？ Where did you come from? 今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？ Where are you going today? So どちらから from where どちらへ or どちらにor どちらへいらっしゃいますか？今日は from today. Now we're going to do the humble form. The following examples are all actions done by the speaker, so they all use the humble form. 私はキムと申します。As for me, people say people say Kim. I am called Kim. 私はキムと申します。と申します。と言います。Also, 私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？いただく。I will kindly read the paper. I will be able to receive the favor of getting my report looked at. Itadaku, or it says humbly receive. Itadaku. Morao. Okay, so it's mateimasu. So itadaku, I guess, is like morao. So, okay, makes sense. So itadakemasu ka. Okay. 私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか? Can I kindly receive the favor of looking at my report? Okay, fine. 失礼いたします. Excuse me, I'm doing it as courtesy. Yeah, 失礼いたします. Okay, these are complicated. I will admit it, but it's a little bit more. It feels more comfortable now that I'm more comfortable with looking at these and then the conjugations of those forms. Like, okay, and then this chart in itself looks kind of useful. So I can imagine this in itself being this could make a very good appendix entry. Like, what is the honorific form of suru? Nasaru. What is the humble form of suru? Itasu. Humble form of iku. Irasharu, or maybe oide niraru. And then mairu. Humble form of kuru, honorific form of kuru. These look like really good questions to have. And there may be, and all I got to do instead, again, I just need the words like tenego and garai. Let's see. So there's tenego and I forgot the humble form, but there's a term for it. All right. In fact, it was all the way back in the essential expressions, in the essential grammar. Okay. So let me go over the sentences. Right here. Okay. Are. Alrighty. Make sure it's the first things first. Ignore all. Save.
アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？
召し上がる。アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？
アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？
アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？ Did you eat? 召し上がる。召し上がる。To eat. 召し上がり。Okay. アリスさん。アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？もう召し上がりました。アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？ Did you eat already? Okay. That should be humble. Honorific. Okay, examples of honorific. Okay.
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？なさっているんですか？
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？なさる なさっているんですか？なさいます。なさる、なさいます、なさい。Okay? 仕事で何をなさっているんですか？ Oh, sorry. なさっているんですか？仕事で何をなさっているのですか？なさいます。なさる。Okay?
推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？
ください。あ、くださる。くださる。もらおう。Okay? 推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？
推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？
推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？くださるんですか？推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？ Yeah, it's kind of a long sentence. Kuda, kaete kuda. Oh, kuda. Okay. Okay. 推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？くださるんですか？書いてくださる。書いてもらおう。
どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？
どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？ Come from.
どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？
どちらからいらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃる。いらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃいます。いらっしゃる。いらっしゃってるんですか？いらっしゃるんですか？いらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃる。いらっしゃいましたか？Okay, humble form. Okay. I guess I don't know. Okay. It's gonna take time. Sorry. Okay. どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃいましたか？どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃる。いらっしゃいましたか？いらっしゃいます。いらっしゃいましたか？どちらから？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？ Okay. Okay. 今日はどちらへ to where いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいましたか？どちらからどちらへ？今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいますか？
私はキムと申します。
Okay. 私はキムと申します。
私はキムと申します。
キムと申す。そうです。申します。と申します。Okay. 私はキムと申します。And usually when you say this, they will say, "Oh, you sound like a samurai." 私はキムと申します。申します。Okay, 申します。That's probably where you got the moshi. Probably become mosu, speaking.
私はキムと申し、
私はキムと申します。
And I don't know if that's true or not, but it might be true. It feels like it's true.
私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？
So this itadaku, receive. Okay? 私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？いただける。Am I able to receive? Will I be able to receive? いただく。いただける。いただく。いただける。いただけますか？いただけますか？いただき。いただけ。
私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？
私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？ Okay. So, 私が書いたレポート レポートを見ていたけますかいただけますかいただく and here'sいただく yeah show and nail いただけますか oh it should be かいただけますか私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか
失礼いたします。
そういたす、to do する、ござる OK 失礼いたします
失礼いたします。
失礼いたします失礼いたします失礼いたします、yeah 失礼いたします
こちらは私の部屋です。
Okay, that's good. Now let's keep going. Alright, so there are some other substitutions here. Vocabulary. Chida, watashi, okay, quite a few words all the way up to kami-sama. Okay, so in addition to these set expressions, there are some words that also have more polite counterparts. Probably the most important is the politer version of aru, which is gozaru, which you hear as gozaimasu, to exist. This verb can be used for both inanimate and animate objects. It is neither honorific nor humble, but is a step above aru in politeness. However, unless you want to sound like a samurai, gozaru is almost always in the polite form gozarimasu. Okay, alright, I don't watch a lot of samurai flicks, so I'll take his word on it. By extension, the politer version of des is de gozaimasu. This is essentially the mas conjugation of de gozaru, so de gozaimasu, which is comes from dearu, literally meaning to exist as, and covered much later, dearu. In fact, I'm not even going to get into that because that's in his advanced section that I'm not going to worry about for here. Okay, so for example, so kochira wa watashi no heya desu. So over here is my room. Good, that's the polite form. Okay, here's the humble or honorific. Is that honorific? Oh, humble form. Let's see, gozaru. Yeah, it's a polite. So maybe humble. Let's see, de gozaimasu. Yes, polite or humble. More polite than. Okay, we'll say it's polite form. Okay, kochira wa watashi no heya desu. So kochira wa watashi no heya de gozaru de gozaimasu. De gozaimasu. Otarei wa kono biru no 2階にあります. Polite. Or that's a formal. Okay, polite, formal, more formal, or more polite. Ote arai wa kono biru no 2階にございます. Said des, in this case, aru. Ni arimasu, ni aru. Alright. The other examples include e, which is expressed as yoroshi, which you already kind of remembered from yoroshiku onegai shimasu. So this is if you ever heard yoroshiku onegai shimasu, this is the yoroshi. Yeah. And there are also 6 different ways to say it. I'm sorry, not counting mikui or warui. Mikui ne, or slightly more inflection, or a slight inflection changes to suimasen. So sumimasen, suimasen. Okay. So successfully politer expressions for apologizing. So from most casual to most formal. Okay. So gomen nasai, sumimasen, moshiwake arimasen. Moshiwake is almost a form of iwake. So moshiwake arimasen. So excuse and then excuse. So this is a humble form of excuse. Moshiwake. And then osore irimasu. To be sorry, feel small. And then kokyu desu. So okay, so one to the other. In addition to polite suffix for names is sama, one level above san. You won't be using this suffix too often in actual speech, even if you speak to that person in honorific humble speech. However, expect to use it when writing letters even to people who you're somewhat familiar with. Also, service people such as cashiers or waiters and waitresses will refer to their customer as okyaku-sama. And of course, royalty and deities are always accompanied by sama, such as kami-sama. Okay, so let's go with some example sentences here. That's cool. こちら。
こちらは私の部屋です。
こちらは私の部屋です。This is my room using des.
こちらは私の部屋です。
Okay, nothing complicated there. こちらは私の部屋です。こちらは私の部屋です。Okay. Hello? Will they catch up?
こちらは私の部屋でございます。
こちらは私の部屋でございます。でござる。
こちらは私の部屋でございます。
こちらは私の部屋でございます。でございます。でござる。Okay. Okay, cool. Okay, こちらは私の部屋でございます。でございます。こちらは私の部屋でございます。Okay?
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。
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 お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。Okay? That's the normal polite form. お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。Okay? お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。であるにある。Okay. です。であるです。Okay, let's write it out. お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。ございます。OK。お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。
先生はお見えになりますか？
Okay. So there's that and that. Those are the examples. And what did I do? I know I was usually doing it in parts. I tell you what, I'm going to stop right there and I'm going to do the lessons as well. So let's go to a new tab. Let's pause this out. Come back here. Okay, let's go to this right here. Okay. Okay, so what do you want to do? Let's do it here. We'll do these right here first. Okay. Good. All right, let's do auto learning. All right, let's review those real quick, then we'll do the last four as well. Okay, now it should be honorific. So, 召し上がりましたか？アリスさんはもう召し上がりましたか？アリスさんはもう召し上がりましたか？
アリスさん、もう召し上がりましたか？
今日はどこへいらっしゃいますか？ いらっしゃいますか？今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？
今日はどちらへいらっしゃいますか？仕事で何をござるんですか？ござる？今日は仕事で何をなさる？ OK。何をなさっているんですか？
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？
仕事で何をなさっているんですか？失礼いたします。失礼いたします。
失礼いたします。
失礼いたします。私は書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？いただけますか？ Something like that. Okay. Okay. So, 私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？
私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？
私が書いたレポートを見ていただけますか？どちらからいらっしゃいますか？いらっしゃいましたか？どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？
どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？
どちらからいらっしゃいましたか？私はキムと言います。申します。
私はキムと申します。
私はキムと申します。推薦状を変えてもらいません。私に変えて、私は、潜水状を変えてもらおう。which is, いただけますか？もらって、変えていただきますか？ Something like that. Okay, 推薦状を変えて、くださる。Can you give? くださるんですか？くださるんですか？ Okay. Okay. 推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？
推薦状を書いてくださるんですか？
もらおう。Cool. Alright, let's go to levels. Next 4. That wasn't as bad as it felt. More. Let's see, do the next 4.お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。お手洗いはこのビルは2階にあります。
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にあります。
私の部屋は、OK。こちらでございます。私の部屋はこちらでございます。私の部屋は、こちらは私の部屋でございます。こちらは私の部屋でございます。
こちらは私の部屋でございます。
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。ござる。お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。
お手洗いはこのビルの2階にございます。
ございます。こちらは私の部屋があります。こちらは私の部屋です。
こちらは私の部屋です。
でございます。Okay, cool. All right, let's continue. All right, so humble and honorific and humble conjugations. So it looks like Osaka. Okay, it looks like this is going to be a lot more vocabulary, but this is kind of makes sense once you start seeing some examples of it. So For all other verbs without set expressions, there are conjugation rules to change them into honorific and humble forms. They both involve a common practice of attaching a polite prefix, either go or o, and in Japanese there is a practice of attaching an honorific prefix, go, to certain, not all nouns to show politeness. In fact, some words like ocha or osake, okay, so osake, ocha, and okane come with this prefix so often that it's become practically the word in itself. In fact, yeah, ocha and okane, exactly. Maybe sake not as much, but yeah, osake. In general, go is written in hiragana as either go for words that are be read in onyomi, like goiken, gohan, and o for words that are using kunyomi, okane, oshigoto. In fact, you may have been using this prefix already without realizing it, such as okonomiyaki or omiyage. So remember, o is mainly kunyomi and go is onyomi. Okay, there are some exceptions to this rule, such as oshigoto, which is, luckily though, go is rarely written in kanji, so identifying the exception should not really be a problem. Now, honorific forms. Alright, the honorific form of a verb that are not among ascetic honorific expressions given above can be formed in two different ways. First is the o, the stem of the verb, then ni naru. Like taberu, so the stem would be tabe. Or aruku for walking, aruki. Alright. This kind of makes sense if you think of as a person becoming the honorific state of a verb. In all subsequent conjugation, follow the normal rules of conjugating the U verb, naru. To be honest, this type of sentence formulation is rarely used, but here we go. So, sensei wa mieru, so omie ni narimasu. So it was have you seen the teacher? Omie ni narimasu ka? So sensei ni omie ni narimasu ka? The other form is using o, stem, and des. Okaeri desu ka? So mo okaeri desu ka? So like okaeri, okaeru, okaeri desu. Tennai de omeshiagarimasu ka? That sounds weird. Omeshiagaru, omeshiagari desu ka? Will you be dining in? Service people want to be extra polite, so they will often use this type of double honorific or niju keigo. In this case, the honorific meshi agaru is combined with an additional honorific conjugation. Whether it's necessary grammatically proper is another story. It's just, yeah, meshi agari. Oh, meshi agari desu ka? Meshi agari desu. Or meshi agari ni narimasu. Second part is using kudasai with honorifics. Okay, you can also use kudasai with an honorific verb by replacing ni naru with kudasai. This is useful for when you want to ask somebody to do something, but still use an honorific verb. Yet another often used expression. Okay, so this is used quite often. So ni naru is kind of rarely used, whereas the o stem des is kind of rarely used except for but now kudasai, this is used more often is what he's trying to say. So yeah, so what you do is use the stem, o, stem, and then kudasai. So like matsu, so you want so matsu, machi, like machimasu, so o machi, kudasai. Shosho machi kudasai, please wait a moment. Similarly, using goran ni naru, you may simply replace the ni naru with kudasai. Kochira ni goran kudasai. So instead ni naru, goran kudasai. Goran kudasai. This works for other nouns as well. For example, riding the train. Shimaru do ni gochui kudasai. Gochui suru, gochui ni naru, gochui kudasai. Makes sense? So in other words, this is gochui is a suru verb, so it doesn't need to be conjugated. All you're doing is adding the kudasai to it. So please be careful of the closing doors. Gochui kudasai, or let's see, binkyo. Oh, binkyo kudasai, maybe, like please study. I don't know. Alright, so we'll leave that there, and then they're saying, okay, so that was there for now the humble form. Okay, so kudasai, ni naru. That's honorific. Now it's going to be humble is what you do. O stem suru. Obinkyo shimasu? Okay, I guess I don't know. Obinkyo shite shimasu. Obinkyo shite shimasu? I wonder if that's doubled up or not. Let's find out. You've probably already heard the first example many times before, but now you know exactly where it's come from. So, yoroshiku, so good. Onegai, so nagao becomes nagai, onegai, and then finally shimasu, onegai shimasu. So it's a very humble way of saying good request. I'm doing a good request. I'm making I properly make a request. Treat me well or something. Yoroshiku onegai shimasu. Sensei. Okay, so kiku, kiki, okiki shitai koto. The thing about listening properly, go arimasu ka? There's something I want to ask you. So in this case it was about listening. In this case it was about the asking. Okiki shitai. There's something I want to ask. Okiki suru, okiki shitai. I want to ask. Okiki minaru. Kikitai. So in other words, kikitai, okiki shitai. Okikitai, okiki shitai. Koto ga arimasu. So it's onegai shimasu, onegai shimasu, onegaitai, onegaitai, onegawatai, onegao, tebetai, onegaitai. So ukitai. Okay. Sumimasen. I'm sorry. Matsu. So matese. So now this is matase, so matsu, so turn to form mataseru, so omatase shimashita. Now this is very common. Omatase mashita. Sorry, I made you wait. Omatase mashita. Omatase mashita. So o stem form, omatase, and then shimasu. So in this case, shimashita. Omatase mashita. So sen kara, o itadaku, itadakari itashimasu. Now this right here, that sounds like something something cashiers will say. So in other, you'll often hear something like example for example, you need to get change after paying 1,000 yen. Again, niju keigo, where suru has become converted into the humble itasu form when it already is in the o stem suru form. So o itadaki itasu, o itadak. So itadaku, itadakari, itadaku, itadakarimasu. Itadaki, itadaku, itadakaru. Let me make sure about this. Azukaru. Okay, that's not itadaku, that's azukaru. Okay, azukaru. Alright, I apologize. So here we go. Azukaru, azukari. O azukari shimasu, o azukari itashimasu. O azukari itashimasu. 1000 円からお預かりいたします。Okay, fine. 預かりいたします。Okay. お預かりいたします。So double niju keigo. Niju keigo. Suru has been converted. It's already been formed in humble. Some Japanese people complain this makes no sense and that kara should be o. So 1000円からお預かりいたします。1000円からお預かりいたします。I will be holding on to 1000 and giving you change. Okay. Alright, I guess that's how it works. Alright. All that said, let's do these example sentences. Okay, let's go to review. No, that's wrong. That's wrong. Okay, go back, leave.
Sensei wa omie ni narimasu ka?
Okay, so let's go to ignore. We're going to ignore all the way down to here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is a lot. Okay, save. Okay, option, auto learn. Option, auto learn. Getting kind of late. Okay. Let's learn that. Okay. ご覧ください. Okay, so, ご覧ください. ご覧ください. ご覧になる、ご覧ください. So it's like ご覧になる、ご覧ください. こちらにご覧ください.
こちらにご覧ください。
Okay. Humble form of よろしくお願いします. よろしくお願いします. Something like that. よろしくお願いします. Or in other words, nice to meet you.
よろしくお願いし
よろし
ます。
くお願いします. 先生を I'm not sure how to say this. 先生が Have you seen the teacher? Mie ni. Okay, so this is a mie ni naru. Honorific form. So this is the ni naru form. Okay. O mie ni naru. Sensei wa o mie ni narimasu ka?
先生はお見えになりますか？
Sensei wa o mie ni narimasu ka? O mie. So you wouldn't say o mie ni. You wouldn't say o mie kudasai. O mie. Yeah, o mie ni narimasu ka? O mie kari kudasai. Yeah, kudasaimasu ka? It almost sounds like you're receiving the benefit of it. So in this case, the ni naru is much more appropriate, depending on the term. Okay, to do something like, in other words, making a request, kudasai, as opposed to ちょっと待ってください. お待ちください. ちょっとお待ちください. お待ちください. 少々. Okay, 少々お待ちください.
少々お待ちください。
少々お待ちください. Okay. 1000円からお預かる。お預かりいたします。お預かりいたします。Okay. 1000円からお預かりいたします。お預かりします。お預かりします。お預かりいたします。お預かり。1000円からお預かりいたします。
1000円からお預かりいたします。
1000円からお預かりいたします。Okay. Okay. 店内で、ダイニングに店内でお召し上がりました。お召し上がりました。お召し上がりですか？お召し上がりです。OK。店内でお召し上がりですか？
店内でお召し上がりですか？
すみません。お待たせました。待てる、お待たせしました。お待たせました。待たせる、お待たせる、お待たせました。お待たせしました。お待たせしました。お待たせる、お待たせする。お待たせました though is what you normally would say if you're just saying it to friends. お待たせしました。
すみません。お待たせしました。
お待たせました。すみません。先生。お聞きしたいがあります。したいことはありますか？ありますか？先生、お聞きしたいことがありますか？
先生、お聞きしたいことがありますが。
先生、お聞きしたいことがありますか？ Did I? Oh gosh, I just realized something. I didn't even do the whole usual go over the sentences thing, did I? Yeah, I didn't. Tell you what, let me pause this real quick. Let me do my part real quick.
先生はお見えになりますか？
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 先生はお見えになりますか？ I really screwed this up. Okay. Okay. 先生はお見えに見えになりますか？お見えになるお見えになりますか？先生はお見えになりますか？ Okay.
もうお帰りですか？
もうお帰りですか？お帰りです。お帰りです。
もうお帰り。
もうお帰りですか？
もうお帰りですか？もうお帰りですか？もうお帰りですか？
店内でお召し上がりですか？
上がりですか？店内でお召し上がりですか？
店内でお召し上がりですか？
店内でお召し上がりですか？
店内でお召し上がりですか？なる？店内でお召し上がりですか？お召し上がりですか？店内でお召し上がりですか？Okay.
少々お待ちください。
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 少々お待つ、お待ちください。お待ちになる、お待ちください。お待ちください。少々お待ちください。
こちらにご覧ください。
こちらにご覧になる、こちらにご覧ください。
こちらにご覧ください。
こちらにご覧ください。こちらにご覧ください。And again, ください is normally in kana, not conjugified. ください。
閉まるドアにご注意ください。
ご注意になる、ご注意ください。閉まるドアにご注意ください。
閉まるドアにご注意ください。
閉まるドアにご注意ください。閉まるドアにご注意ください。ください。注意ください。OK。閉まるドアにご注意ください。
よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。よろしく、いい願い、願っています。願います。いい願います。literally. So, よろしくお願いします。お願いします。よろしくお願いします。お願いします。よろしくお願いします。願う。
先生、お聞きしたいことがありますが。
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 が Yeah, it is ga. There was something I want to ask, but okay. Alright, let's do it. Okay. 先生、お聞きしたいことが先生お聞きしたいことがありますが先生お聞きしたいことがありますが
すみません、お待たせしました。
すみません、お待たせしました。お待たせしました。すみません。OK。すみません。お待たせしました。お待たせしました。すみません。お待たせしました。お待たせ
1000円からお預かりいたします。
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 お預かり。1000円からお預かりいたします。お預かりする。お預かりいたします。足す。1000円から1000円からお預かりいたします。1000円からお預かりいたします。I think that was it for that one.
いらっしゃいませ。
Alright, so this last part is going to be kind of okay. Okay, so let's keep playing this. もうお帰り。もうお帰り。お帰りする？お帰りになる？もうお帰りですか？もうお帰り。もうお帰りですか？
もうお帰りですか？
もうお帰りですか？島のドアにご注意ください。島のドアにご注意ください。
閉まるドアにご注意ください。
閉まるドアにご注意ください。Okay, cool. Alright, we'll worry about that. Coming here. Let's do it. Making honorific requests. Alright. We learned how to make polite requests using kudasai. In a previous section, we just looked at how to make honorific verbs as well with requests as well. However, there is yet another way to make requests using honorific verbs. This grammar only applies to honorific verbs with the special mas conjugation that we just covered. This includes kudasaru, so kudasaimasu, irashaimasu, nasaimasu, oshaimasu. In fact, osharu is to say and speak. Okay, oshatteimasu. I've never actually seen this used with osharu, but it is grammatically possible. Oshatteimasu. I've heard of oshatteimasu. The only time I've heard it used, but there are probably others. The interesting thing is, again, when you see this now, it becomes head. It's like in your head. Then you start recognizing other places. You start recalling that, about how these were formed and what to be looking out for. How to break down honorific into its parts and then put it back together again. Once you comprehend the parts, and then it becomes internalized, and now you just see it as it is. It's just an odd way of work. It seems an odd way of doing it, but I feel it works. All right, so making requests for honorific actions, so for other people to do. So conjugate the honorific verb into the special mas conjugation and replace the last su with se. So kudasaru becomes kudasaimasu, which then becomes kudasaimasu. Irasharu becomes irashaimasu, which becomes irashaimasu, which again, this is making a request. So please come in, please do this. Kudasaimasu. Please do this for me. An abbreviated and less formal version of this is simply to remove the mas after the conjugated to special mas form. So kudasai, so kudasai irashai. So this is probably the reason why you hear. So you won't hear it as oshaimasu. You probably won't hear oshai. So you hear oshaimasu, but you won't hear like oshai, or you won't hear oshaimase, please speak, because it's almost like kind of rude to say here, please speak, oshaimase. Maybe, I'm not sure. Okay, so nasaru, nasaimasu, nasai. Irasharu, irashaimase, or irashai, kudasai. Okay, so here's some versions. So you may also quickly know this is where grammar such as shinasai and shite kudasai actually come from. So nasaru, nasaimasu, nasai, shinasai, okinasai, kudasai. Let's look at a few quick examples. So here's 3 ones, like irashaimase, please come in. Now, what you'll hear from a middle-aged sushi chef or an older guys or an older run establishment, they'll say irashai, irashaimase, please come in. This is what, if you ever go to like any fish markets or any type of crowded stores or whatnot, you'll have people out front saying "Irashaimase," like asking people to please come in. It's everywhere. If you go to Japan, you'll start hearing it all over the place. Some more examples. So, "Arigatou gozaimashita." Mata. Ogoshi. Ogoshi kudasaimasu. Mata. Ogoshi kudasaimasu. Okoshi. Okoshi kudasaimasu. Kudasaimasu. Okoshi. Mata. Okoshi kudasaimasu. Kudasaimasu. Mata. Okoshi kudasaimasu. Okay. Okay. Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata. Okoshi kudasaimasu. Okay. And dozo. Go yukuri. Nasaimase. Go yukuri nasaimase. Dozo. Go yukuri nasaimase. Okay. Let's do it. Last 4 sentences. Let's study those. Okay. Irashaimase. Please come in. Formal. This is what you'll hear in a convenience store. Irashaimase. Please come in. Okay. Let's hear it first.
いらっしゃいませ。
Irashaimase.
いらっしゃいませ。
Irashaimase. So, irashaimase. Irashaimase. Irashaimase.
いらっしゃい。
Please come in. Older man's casual. Yeah. Please come in.
いらっしゃい。
いらっしゃい。
Irashai. 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 Irashaimase. Irashai.
ありがとうございました。またお越しくださいませ。
Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata okoshi. Okoshi kudasaimase. Mata okoshi kudasaimase. Okay?
ありがとうござ
ありがとうございました。またお越しくださいませ。
Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata okoshi kudasaimase. Alright, let's write it down. Arigatou. Arigatou gozaimashita. Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata is it okoshi? Okoshi. Mata okoshi. Kosu. Is it kosu? Kosu. Kosu. Koshi. Kudasai. Kudasaimase. Kudasaimase. Okay. Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata okoshi kudasaimase.
どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。
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 どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。なさいます。なさいませ。どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。なさいませ。どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。Please enjoy. Take your time, relax. Please enjoy. Okay, that took it. All right, so I started that around 2 hours 54 minutes. Basically that was at 1 hour's worth. Okay, cool. That was good. And again, that was not the vocabulary. The vocabulary itself took an hour, almost, from last time when I covered it earlier in the week. And this again took about an hour or so to cover everything. Let me just go finish up this last bit. Levels. Am I missing something? Next. Levels. Alright, so we're going to do the ignore, none, save, Shinjide, what is that? Cool. Okay, let's learn it all, auto learn. Okay, let's learn it. どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。
どうぞごゆっくりなさいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。
いらっしゃいませ。いらっしゃい。いらっしゃい。
いらっしゃい。
いらっしゃい。ありがとうございます。こうして。こうし。 Okoshi kudasai something like that. Arigatou gozaimasu. Mata okoshi kudasai.
ありがとうございました。またお越しくださいませ。
Okoshi kudasai. Arigatou gozaimashita. Mata okoshi kudasai. Alrighty. And again, a lot of these now for me are making more sense. I don't know if it's going to be easy for you. So this is the end of the lesson. So if you enjoyed the video, you've gotten to this point, if you'd like to, consider giving the video a thumbs up if you haven't already. Same with the yellow, subscribing and liking and sharing it, whatnot. But the idea was, I think what's made it easier for me is obviously I live in Japan. I've been experiencing this stuff around Japan for a long time. I haven't looked into this in such a long time. I never was thinking about it because it's, honorific stuff, which you don't really worry about because you don't have to speak it too much. But now that I'm going over it again, in a more formal way, in a more structured way, things are starting to make much more sense, and even that part made a lot more sense. That part was a whole hell of a lot easier than the grammar portion of it. Good gods. But again, looking also at this, I know that it would be a good idea to create testings on this, like here, like I should test, like what is an honorific form of sudo, which would be nasare. What is a humble form of sudo in the itasu? And maybe it could just be sudo and then have the little thing like teinego or whatever the version is for humble speech is, which I'm sure if I went and looked at, let's say I go to the Japanese grammar guide right here and go to, what is that word? Yeah, because I'm forgetting a word. But right here is like a polite form right there, polite form, verb stems right there. And yeah, so what they have is teinego, which is polite language, and then there's another one which is, okay, so it's sonkeigo, honorific. So teinego is, so you have sonkeigo, and then we have humble form, which is kenjogo. So yeah, the thing is like, okay, so if you are learning, I think what could be good for me is, and I'm kind of hesitant to do it with the verbs, but just the idea is like, okay, learn these three things. We have teinego, which is polite or formal, and then we have sonkeigo, and then finally right here kenjogo, modesty, humility, kenjogo, humble form, teinego, kenjogo, and then sonkeigo, teinego, sankeigo, and kenjogo. So it probably is good to like add those three words, keep that into my memory, and then use those forms like say, hey, how do I want to pronounce this? And I'll make sure it's, hey, I'm saying this using this form. And you should already know like yeah, honorific form. So maybe it's like an honorific society, like maybe they all talk to each other in this format using, I don't know. I mean, I'd have to watch examples. Yeah, so it probably would be best if I somehow remember teinego, sonkeigo, and kenjogo. Alright, those are, I'd have to practice those words, but yeah, those are not, make them, internalize them and whatnot. And then all I have to do is just say, okay, where's that, knowing those words, and I just have to do is, let's go back to here. So in other words, all I have to do is say, hey, teinego, add it to there, and this means, hey, I want to say this sentence, but in teinego, like in a polite or formal way. And then I was like, or I want to say, hey, say this, but I want to use it in sonkeigo. I want to use an honorific form. So then kenjogo, I want to use a humble form. I want to say this in a humble form, whatnot. And that sounds good. Like in other words, say sudo, and then beyond that, something go. Teinego, zenjugo. All right, so it's something I need to think about doing, and I'll probably do this as in itself. I'll probably do it as another chart, and it probably, part of me is like, do I need to worry about it? Because this is not really an. Let me look. All right, so this is going to be tomorrow. Let me go to levels real quick. Okay, so tomorrow, most likely, if I don't have too many reviews to catch up on, we're going to go here. Come on. Come on. Okay, so this is done. We got some stuff coming up for review, no big deal. That'll be tomorrow. Like I said, I'm already done for the day. But let's say right here, I'm going to go here. Alright, so let's see. Here's the vocabulary for tunan. Looks like 21 words, so it looks like sama. That's easy enough. There's nothing there. There's some names and omeshi. Okay, nothing serious. Let's go to the next part. It looks like sama o. Okay, now here's the o ni narimasu, o ni naru, which you can then replace with o suru, o naru, and o kudasai. Okay, so that part makes sense, and we can say that's gadai, yeah, tenego, sonkeigo, and kenjogo. All right, cool. All right, this looks good. All right, so this I'll be doing tomorrow. So I got about 21 vocabulary. How much was vocabulary? 21 words, and then this. And I don't think it's going to be as complicated. Tai Kim was probably putting some intermediate lessons in there, and that's more. So I'll be covering that in the next set of courses when I get into the intermediate set. Either the intermediate part 1 or intermediate part 2. Probably one or the other. It depends. Most likely it's going to be a part 1 because that's going to knowing how that works. So that's going to be really cool. And again, stuff to look forward to. I get the feeling as I'm going along, I'll be covering this stuff much faster than what I have been. Like I said, all this stuff, like if it's a word, I'm not even going to worry about, like, since this is vocabulary, I'm not even going to worry about, you know, a lot of these words are just so simple for me now. Like Kyakusama, I just know it. I mean, but guest, visitor, star, and I guess, Osuki-sama. Like right here, the moon, the stars, and all this. This is not, Osuki-sama is a child way of referring to the star, or Ka-sama. That's, like right here, this is not a very good definition. I should say honorable, or I should have said in here, like, put, like, yeah, anytime it says honorable, why is it, oh, that's weird. But yeah, like right there, it would say honorable. So we'll put sango or something. Go sankeigo. I'll put sankeigo here, and then it'll make it obvious. Like here, and it'll put right after it, like sankeigo, will make it obvious or something. Okay. Good. And this be like reading as a noun. Let's see. Oh, really? Doba. Okay. Donkey or an ass. Cool. All right. So that is it for the day. Alright, so if you've been watching, thank you again for watching. Let me just do a quick roundup or whatnot of things, see what happens. So if all goes good tomorrow, we'll be doing lesson 42, which is lesson 2 of whatnot, and then also lesson 3, and then after that I'll be moving into vocabulary. So most likely Monday I'll be finishing up the Tai Kim and the dictionary, because those aren't very long at all from what I remembered. Let's see. Let's go to levels. Okay, so here's vocabulary, 9 words here, and unintended action, 14 words. Yeah, so that should be really fast. We'll be able to get both those done fast, probably move into the, whatever this part is here. Alright, cool. Alright, so there's nothing new there. I can close this out, Let's see, current world leaders we don't care about. Let's do a refresh here, and here. Alright, let me see what this lady was saying. That's true. Some kinds are really easy, so let's know the previous parts of it. Okay. So hopefully, again, this lady or gentleman, again, you can't really tell. Tyrell, I just think of it being a male name because of, you know, and just using a female avatar just kind of, I usually look at pictures. I don't look at names too well, so I'm really bad about that. Even when I go onto discussion boards. Let's see. Yeah, it's still pinned. I'll leave that be. Here's Tai Kim's guide. Funny they should talk about Tai Kim. I'm actually, that being said, on that Roast Tai Kim thread he posted on Reddit a while back, he states he has implied otherwise. He had implied otherwise. Okay. Really? Alright. So what I can do is, in fact, let me do this. Should mention Taikim. Needs grammar into Taikim order. All right, and yeah, I agree. If you probably noticed, like Taikim is kind of very sparse on a lot of the example sentences, and it's kind of good and kind of bad in getting. So it's trying to get you into it, and that combined with that order, combined with the dictionary basic, I think that's been doing a lot for me and helping out a lot. And you just start getting comfortable with hearing a lot of this stuff, and you start once somebody actually, you've seen this example sentence or heard it so often, but now we heard it codified with the. It just makes things a lot more fun. Yep. In fact, if there's a roast thread, let's see. Roast take him thread. I might do a search for that. But anyway, let's see. Was I do a refresh here and a refresh here? Roast take him. Yori no hoga. Alright, so we have Yori and no hoga. I'm confused. Well, Yori means sort of Yori, more than that. And no hoga, less than that. Or no ho, the best way or more than that. So beyond that or besides that, in this way it's like is the way to go. No hoga, the way to there is e. No hoga e means that way is good, the good way to going, or the bad. It just, in other words, that is the way to do it. Or besides that, Yodi is besides that. No hoga is the way to is the way that. Let's see, grammatical forms. Dun dun dun. All right, nothing new there. And let's see. こんなことなら早くから準備しておくんでしたね. Okay. I think I can delete this. Alright, cool. Alright, so that's all done. I was trying my hand at comprehending lyrics of a song regarding this passage. That's supposed to be, Yasashi. Yasashi sono koe ni. That looks like Afurete shima. Now this right there, shima, ofurete, shimaru, mau, wanu, yo, ofureta shima, wanu, yo. Haven't seen that before, but okay. Yeah, all looks good in the world. Alright. Well, that is all. So anyway, thank you three who, I don't even know who was watching. I just know 3 people on YouTube were watching, so thank you for watching live. I'm glad I was able to actually get a lesson done today. That was kind of cool. I finally caught up on my reviews. I was able to get new lessons then. That happens. But again, if it happens, it comes days where it's all just reviews, so be it. That's it. That was your Japanese lessons for today. It was stuff that you were maybe were in danger of forgetting, so it's a good thing you studied it or reviewed it again. And that's not a bad thing. Just slowly keep pushing. And I'll be pushing to try to add more stuff and whatnot, go in a more efficient order, which I understand. I kind of like him being, I'm just always in danger of something, of, getting distracted. And you want to try to avoid that if possible. So again, thank you. And I will be back tomorrow, and hopefully I'll be able to finish up this 3rd course and move into number 10. And then from there, 11, and after number 10, I'll go into do a episode of Zettai Karashi. And then after that, again, the last point of grammar, last point of vocabulary, and then do the last bit of Zettai Karashi, and done. That's the end of everything for as far as basics are concerned. And then I move on into intermediates, and hopefully by then I'm gonna start putting those lessons together as well. I might, again, aside from that bit I'm working on for whatnot. And starting is going to be easy. I'll just do the 450 kanji first, move into the, way it's got to balance out, do grammar, TV show, grammar TV show, or grammar TV show, vocabulary TV show, and it's kind of back and forth like that. And if I get the upper intermediate, I'm just not going to bother with kanji. Learning the last three. I'll learn groups. I'll have the course put together, and what I'll do is I'll do a scan of, or what's called I'll do a scan of vocabulary and try to, what is it, strip out, basically find out what is the new kanji that I have to worry about, what is some new stuff, and then that way I'll just go and I'll activate and study those in groups. So I always go back to my, I think there's going to be an easy way of doing that. Something for me to be concerned with. Yeah. Neither here nor there, just something I have to think about. But yeah, basically I'll be going through and I'll probably do ignore and then just like ignore all those and then add activate words, and I'll just study just those specifically for myself and go with that. So again, thank you all for watching. This is Nuke Marine, and I will see you all tomorrow. I apologize. I was just thinking out loud on a lot of things. But again, thanks for watching. If you got any questions, make it in the comments below. No problem.